Like I was just telling Dan,
no.
yes. I'm freezing in here. I look, it goes down automatically.
Wait, no.
It's like 68 degrees.
I don't want flop sweat. I got flop sweat starting at 75.
I am freezing. I just turned up the heat in here. It was like 68 because all of
I swear, if it gets hotter in here, Dawn, I'm going to be sweating.
But each of our studios is it's at an individual thermostat, I guess. For some reason, this one is set on freezing. But that's how my house is. Larry has it on like 68. So we're I'm like, I have it set for 75, but he constantly goes by.
Is it Larry or your sons that keep
Mostly Larry.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I say 75. 75 is perfect.
That's no.
Think about it. If you're outside.
73.
No, 73 is a chilly, like
no,
a little.
It's not. 73 is a great temperature.
73 is nice, but if you're outside and it's 73 and there's a little breeze and the sun goes behind a cloud, you're a little chilly. A little bit.
Okay, that's
75
fair.
is perfect.
Outside.
Outside.
But in the comfort of your own home when you can,
75.
wear a nice, fuzzy blanket and curl up in front of the television.
Yeah, you know what? You just nailed it. See, if you're in your house and you're doing things like you're doing chores and you're running around doing stuff, 75 is perfect because you're moving around.
No, you're sweating.
You're busy.
You got to keep it chilly.
I'm just saying.
Make it a refrigerator in there.
75. You say what? 855-839-1210. Hey, heads up, not just the heat, which think about Wednesday, plan accordingly, but a lot of road closures. Transportation, scheduling changes because of all of the MLB All-Star activities. So I guess at midnight tonight, a lot of things are going to be shut down. So I don't know how that affects us coming in.
It's going to be miserable.
Early. Because I think most of the things shut down as far as in Old City are going to be closer to, I believe, I'm not sure, but South Philadelphia, obviously the stadiums, South Philadelphia, that sort of thing. And then in and around Independence Mall, I think. We have some road closures.
Did you watch any of the festivities yesterday? Sunday?
Some of it.
Yeah, they had the Futures game with the minor league all-stars and then the 3-on-3, which was a ton of fun, the 3-on-3 MLBX competition.
Yeah.
Ryan Howard, Jordan Mailata on his team, Shane Victorino came back. You had Jimmy Rollins having some fun.
How much fun is that?
T.O. joining Jimmy Rollins. Tons of fun. Go back and watch it. It's on Peacock if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, and then so today is the red carpet show. That's what's going on. I think right now that's what's going on, or maybe it starts at noonish. But the red carpet show, that is today at Independence Mall. That's why a lot of the road closures are happening.
Anything going on in this building?
I hope not.
Well, outside there's some kind of valet closure that takes up the entirety of Chestnut Street.
Yeah, I know that the red carpet show. That's because of the red carpet show.
Is it?
You can look at 6th Street between Arch and Walnut, 5th Market, Randstead, Chestnut Street between 4th and 7th, but some spots down, further. So pay attention if you're headed down here for any reason. You want to just make sure.
I have no idea how I'm going to get out of this building today.
I know. Oh. There are all these temporary no parking zones as well. That's always fun. So... But yeah, a lot going on, a lot of celebrities. It's pretty cool, all these things that are scheduled. And then obviously the Pennsylvania Convention Center. Everything that's packed with all these great activities. And then the hospitality hubs. I don't know if you've heard about the hubs. Love Park, Pennypacker Park. And then no relation to Pennypacker Park, not Pennycook, Pennypacker Park. See what I did there? Aikens Oval and Lloyd Hall. I mean, the list goes on and on. There's a lot going on. So it's pretty, we don't talk about this enough, but Philadelphia to visit all of these events and to attend this is workable. You try going to New York, Chicago, Miami, think of other cities, and it's literally, it's just jam-packed, and it's going to take you have to allow like 90 minutes to get anywhere.
Yeah.
We are still a livable, doable city.
People are recognizing it, too. It's beautiful.
Yep, it is. Thank you, Dan.
And I think a lot of the unheard, unseen results that you're going to see here in Philadelphia come from YouTubers. Because a lot of what happened during the World Cup is a big theme of YouTubers that get tons of millions of views are travel YouTubers. And Simon Wilson, for example, did a video here in Philadelphia and showed how beautiful Philadelphia can be and talked about how it's his favorite city in the United States. And you get a lot of that to the younger generation. You completely change the dynamic of how Philadelphia is thunk of in the public. So it's nice to see.
Yeah, I agreed. And you're right, though. And I love that we're being celebrated. And do we have more? So I know that 6 players representing the Phillies: Brandon Marsh, right? Christopher Sanchez, Jesus Luzardo, Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, right? We have Duran. They're all representing the Phils during the big All-Star game. So a lot happening, and not just the game itself. And that's what I love, that you can come down, enjoy all these festivities for free today. Tickets to the convention center goes on all day today and tomorrow, and they're very affordable. So even if you're not at physically Citizens Bank Park tomorrow night, it's okay. You will have, because the game is tomorrow night, 8 p.m., but all of these festivities going on today. By the way, the All-Star Red Carpet Show, 2 p.m. today, but that's what some of the road closures are going on right now with all the star-studded events happening. So we got all that and more. All right, around the corner, we'll talk Pennsylvania budget. We'll check in with Montgomery County native, military veteran. This is State Senator Tracy Pennicook. I know you love her, and she's just like a girl. I feel like she's just such an, we talk about the everyman. She's the every woman, every mom, every sister, every friend, every neighbor. She's that down-to-earth person who, yes, is a local lawmaker too, and I love her. I feel like I'm talking to a friend, and I know many of you feel that way too. So she'll be around the corner. Just give us the heads up, updating us on what's going on. Give us the inside info. Take you beyond the headlines, if you will, to Harrisburg. Hey, let's talk about our friends at Piazza, because there is this feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz, a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, arriving exactly where you belong. So during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of new vehicles, including the GLC as well as the GLE SUVs. Just visit your authorized dealer, Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Experience the luxury, innovation, and performance that set Mercedes-Benz apart. So my 19-year-old says, Mom, I hear you talking about Mercedes, and you should have that feeling. And I go, David, I know what you're going for. He wants the HERV. He wants the Honda HR-V. You see, he's got a little, he's thinking this through, but he did get me thinking about it. Like maybe, I should graduate. It's the Welcome Home celebration happening right now. Mercedes-Benz, seriously, these are beautiful luxury vehicles, and at very affordable pricing, I'll say. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PIAZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunchboxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
With the high price of new and used cars today, many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average car now over 12 years old, Most manufacturers' warranties have expired. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is out of warranty, a single trip to the mechanic could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, Endurance could have your car covered for the drivetrain, electrical, AC, transmission, and more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Call Endurance now and choose the plan that fits your budget. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit McCulloughsAutorepair.com.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Free speech lives here with Kaylee Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yes, I know you're celebrating because Pennsylvania, you have a budget. It's less than 2 weeks late, which is an improvement, I guess. 2627 state budget deal signed into law in special ceremonies by Governor Josh Shapiro. And I know that our friends at the Commonwealth Foundation started out by saying, yes, it's an improvement over Shapiro's what they call a reckless proposal, but they say it still spends too much money and leaves taxpayers facing an even larger long-term structural deficit. So I imagine this is one of those things that when you're in the heat of it, in the budget crunching, they call it making the sausage or whatever, probably feeling like it's a battle that's won, but for outsiders still, critical. So let's bring in our friend, State Senator. This is Tracy Pennicook, military veteran, the mom next door. How are you?
I am well. How are you, Dawn?
I'm good. I know I saw you putting on social media that there was a piece of this that you were particularly very proud of with getting the state budget done. And that was taking care of, especially first responders and some different individuals who you were, well, I'll let you say it, that you were proud of this because of the lack of looking at a cost of living increase for some individuals who you called some of the hardest working first responders in Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. It had been over 2 decades since retired police officers and firefighters had a cost of living adjustment. And why it's so important is some of these police officers and firemen didn't pay into Social Security, so their only pension, that's it. They don't get Social Security. And a cost of living adjustment, that's crazy. 2 decades to wait. We absolutely had to do it. So we pushed really hard to get it done. I am incredibly proud that we were able to get them the first cost of living adjustment in 2 decades, but the work's not done. Mm-hmm. We need to make sure that that is in place in the future, that our retirees are not, living in poverty. especially guys and gals that put on the uniform every day, go into danger, when everyone else is running away from danger, they're going in. So I'm really, really proud that we were able to get this COLA done for them.
Yeah. So in this one, is that still across Pennsylvania? Because when you put that out there, I thought, why don't I think in the city of Philadelphia, for example, do they not still pay into the Social Security system, or was that something that was antiquated and now they do?
It is an antiquated system. They no longer don't pay, and everyone now pays into Social Security. But, some of these retirees are in their 70s and 80s. I mean, and
Right.
you know what the cost of living has gone up just in the last few years. Can you imagine just living on the same amount of money that you made 2 decades ago? It's crazy.
Yeah, and to your point, I think your point is well taken, and that is that even though this was fixed, it's not their fault. In other words, that this was the way the system was back in the day. So just trying to take care of people, and the cost of living, obviously since 2001, I think you said they haven't made any proper adjustments.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
2001. I mean, when you look at it, I mean, we need to take care of those public servants that gave so much to this Commonwealth, and that's not taking care of people. That's being negligent. So I'm hoping that this is a first step and that we put legislation in place that makes sure that we review every year and continue to give them a cost of living adjustment every year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it doesn't build up. Makes sense.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just how this was allowed to just go on for almost 25 years is crazy to me. I just don't get it.
So common sense. I know that the rainy day fund, I think you and State Senator Kim Ward had talked a lot about that it was important to preserve that rainy day fund for major emergencies, like when the pandemic hit, that sort of thing. So that was preserved. What about
that was preserved,
and so that was important. And what about school choice, tax credit, scholarships? What's the latest with that, EITC and so on?
So the EITC and the OSTC program did not gain any additional funds from the budget going into it, which is disappointing because I am a huge proponent of school choice. Education overall saw almost another $1 billion of investment. Pre-K counts programs, Ready to Learn block grants got more money. I think a really good win is $10 million more into the Grow PA program, which helps Pennsylvania students or even an out-of-state student with college tuition if they agree to stay in Pennsylvania after they graduate from college, which is great. Another $10 million into the student teacher stipend program, so they don't have to worry about how they're going to pay their expenses when they're doing their student teaching, because they don't get paid to student teach. So this helps them, with their living expenses while they're student teaching. So there's a lot of positives, more money to the CTE programs, which I think is amazing because more and more kids are looking at a trade versus going to college. There were a lot of positives, but not increasing the EITC, that was disappointing. I'm hoping that we can, continue with that next year. I think, John, one of the big things that concerned me about this budget was the amount of money that we were able to claw back from unused funds from previous years. That tells me that we're overtaxing Pennsylvanians. We are, if we're able to claw back $3 billion last budget cycle and almost $3 billion this budget cycle, that tells me that these government agencies are sitting on huge pots of money that they should not be sitting on. That's taxpayer money. It should be going back to the taxpayers. We've got a lot more work to do in Pennsylvania to get our finances right-sized, if you will, and I'd love to see a lot more efficiency in our state budget than what we're spending right now, because we're still spending way too much.
Yeah, and so I guess that's the question here as you move forward. Everybody's obviously one of the big issues, and I know State Senator Kim Ward talked a lot about this and posted some videos that I think connected with people about our energy bills. For me, I just was complaining my Pico bill was $500, and I'm saying to my husband, turn it up to 75 or 78, or let's turn off the AC, and we're having, debates over this. But in all seriousness, Wednesday, when for senior citizens or people on fixed incomes, you talked a lot about that earlier. You think about it, it's life-saving in a heat wave, in an extreme situation. But for a lot of people, they can't afford these bills. And so that kind of thing, I think, is what you're looking at, emergency reserves or trying to lower things like our energy bills.
Well, Don, we've got the most natural gas underneath our feet. We need to unleash that natural gas and let every Pennsylvanian benefit from that natural gas.
Yeah.
I do not understand what the problem is. It's a clean energy. We could sell it, but we're a net exporter of energy, of electricity to PJM. But other states they're taking their energy production offline, putting more of a demand on Pennsylvania. And unfortunately, our governor, what did he do? He made everyone pay the same. So it used to be Pennsylvania paid less for electricity, and the other 13 states in PJM, they paid more. Now we're all paying the same rate. No. We need to be getting a break. We're producing the energy. We should have a lower electric bill, but we're not. And that's wrong. If you're having to import electricity from Pennsylvania to Maryland, you should pay a higher rate than Pennsylvanians do. It's just common sense. It's good business. And we're just not getting it done.
And so what's the game plan here? I mean, to put it to the people, to say, in other words, the deal is done. And so it feels like right now we the regular plebs, if you will, we're stuck in the middle of this. So what can be done to get a better deal?
Well, that would be up to Josh Shapiro, I guess. And I think he made this deal because he wanted to get those 12 Democratic governors in his back pocket when he runs for president. So with this one, there's nothing that the legislature can do to, I can't even, the only thing I can think of is when we all were upset about COVID. I remember when it was put to a vote as far as to take back some of the powers of then Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf. So is there a way? Right. And we need to do that. We need to look at how PJM works and how these agreements are put in place. But honestly, I'll tell you, we need to unleash that natural gas. Mm-hmm. That's the first thing we could do. And that would help us tremendously. And is part of that, and I know that there's been a movement to deal with the regulations. Even Governor Shapiro himself said, well, they have figured out ways to extract the natural gas in a safer way. So even I think he acquiesced on some of this and agreed we needed to do that. The problem then becomes, even when they loosen the restrictions, it takes time. You can't snap your fingers and say, let's just extract it. Is that what it is? Is it the process, or what is it that's stopping us from doing exactly what you're saying? I think it's a lack of investment. I think I think both Wolf and Shapiro don't want to open that up. And I think they've just put a lot of roadblocks in place and continue to put roadblocks in place. Regulatory, we definitely could do better. It's not a friendly environment. Why would you want to, I don't want to say give people a win, but I think part of the message from our Democratic governor is he doesn't want to give the people of Pennsylvania that win. He does. He wants to keep the environmentalists happy. He wants to keep his base happy. Mm-hmm. And that's where I think the problem is. So this increase is... So who suffers? The regular taxpayer. Yes.
So for us in Pennsylvania, this increases some education spending. And every time we look at this, it just sounds like for the average Pennsylvania student, but I'll look at especially Philadelphia, the spending per child, and I hear guesstimates and estimates from different individuals, anywhere from when you look at the federal, state, local, all the money poured into educating our children. And so then for Philadelphia, for example, it's anywhere from 25 grand. I've even heard some estimates as much as 30 grand per child. If you look at all of it, not just the state funding. And then you look at the test scores and how I think children are being failed. So with education, I know that State Senator Pennycook, this is an issue near and dear to your heart. Where do you want to see this going as far as maximizing, obviously maximizing the classroom experience? We're failing in Pennsylvania, but in particular, Philadelphia.
You are absolutely right. We are completely failing these kids. But you know what? There's no accountability for teachers. None. They pass these children that can't read, and they just pass them to the next grade. They just pass the problem on. There's no accountability for their actions. And I have to be really honest with you. That's why I think the money should follow the child. Mm-hmm. And parents, regardless of income level, regardless of zip code, they should be able to decide what the best experience for their child is, because they know their child. So if they want to put their child in a failing public school, no parent ever says, hey, I want my kid to go to this really bad elementary school. No, they want every opportunity. And I think when you give parents that power to say, I want my child to go to this little neighborhood parochial school because it's got really good test scores and they have great experiences and they produce good kids that can read and write, I think you'll see the accountability come back to public schools, because they'll have to get the best teachers, the teachers that get the job done, that perform, and all those that don't will be out of a job. And I think that's what it's going to take. And that's why I think school choice is so important. But until you hold teachers' feet to the fire to say, hey, you know what? If the child can't read and write, why are you passing them?
Yeah, and maybe
it's real simple.
Maybe a pathway by which as well teachers could talk about this or report this and not feel pressure from their administrators at the school level or from the union, because I wonder how that dynamic works.
I totally agree with you. And, I often, and I say it all the time about Mississippi, they went from the bottom 5 to the top 5 in reading scores because they put in a law. The legislature put a law in that said if a child can't read by the end of 3rd grade, they stay back in 3rd grade. Because by 5th grade, if you can't do a word math problem, you're sunk. And then it's too late. But if it, in Pennsylvania, if you're not reading at grade level, why are you getting summer vacation? You need to be going to summer school. There's nothing wrong with that. If you're not reading at grade level, regardless of what grade you're in, you should be going to summer school. It should not be an option. It should be you will. And that's the problem, is we're not taking this education seriously. We throw money at the problem and more and more money and expect the same results. Well, guess what? That's the definition of insanity. We need to say, you know what? You're not reading at grade level. You're going to come to school for 3 hours, 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, all summer long. And we're going to get you up to grade level. Can you imagine what our society would look like if we did that?
Yeah. It's the
would it cost
solution
more money?
to everything.
You know what? Yeah, I mean, when a child can't read, their world becomes so small. They can't verify they're getting the right amount in their paycheck. They can't read the street signs. They can't read the medicine bottle for the medicine that the doctor prescribes. It's awful.
Yeah.
And that's what we're doing these kids in these poor performing schools. We're dooming them to a lifetime of poverty.
Yes. Amen. Real quick
it's
here.
It's criminal. It's absolutely criminal.
It is criminal. It's a sin. Real quick here. I saw that you were putting out on social media the legislation that you sponsored that is heading to the House now, passed in the Senate, but it helps get life-saving treatments, medical devices to Pennsylvanians faster. Things like the LifeVac device that when somebody's choking just is an incredible, highly rated, and I think the FDA approved of it. So that one seems like a no-brainer. Do you think it'll have trouble getting through there?
I don't. I don't think it's a partisan issue at all. It just allows those manufacturers to do a parallel approval process through Pennsylvania Health Department. I mean, it just makes good sense. Why wouldn't you save time by doing the application at the same time you're going through the FDA approval? I hope it goes through quickly. It makes sense. And honestly, I can't see anyone who would be opposed to it. It came out of the Senate 50-0.
Wonderful. Well, listen, we just appreciate you, Tracy Pennicook. Thanks for stopping by and giving us all the 411. We just always appreciate you. I always say you're like the lawmaker next door. You know, you're very down to earth when I see you. So we appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much. And listen, you have a great day.
Oh, you as well. Thank you so much. So,
all right, catch you soon.
I'll talk soon. Take care. So yeah, the LifeVac device, that's an incredible device. It's relatively cheap. I think it's a fantastic device. If you've ever tried the Heimlich on somebody, if you've known somebody, whether it's a child or somebody in your family that is choking, and yeah, it makes sense that they're trying to streamline that one. So that one looks like it'll go through. All right, up ahead it's Monday, so you know what that means. We have Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis. We always talk to them on Mondays with their latest videos, with what they're doing. So we'll get to that. A lot of Trump news this morning. And we'll get your feedback too. 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here on this Monday. It's a beautiful Monday. Dan Borowski, our executive producer, Jimmy Kelly in the house. Be right back.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Everything is better in the summer, and everything's better at the shore, and you deserve a vacation. Summer vacation. If it's still sitting on your to-do list, stop procrastinating, because July is one of the best times to head to my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. It's Rich Zioli. Book a July midweek stay. They're going to give you resort credits. Say 3 nights, you're going to get $60 a night in resort credits. 5 nights, get $70 a night. Stay 7 nights, receive $80 a night in resort credits. And you can use those credits on food and beverages in Hemingway's restaurant, the pool bar, beach concession stand, or the gift shop. You can take your family on a whale watching boat cruise, but you have to book direct with them to get the best rates and to get those resort credits. You're going to love the Grand Hotel. You're going to love Cape May. If you've never been, it's my favorite shore town. And the Grand Hotel has a beautiful outdoor heated pool and an indoor heated pool if the weather's not great. Book today before they sell out. GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
Summer is the wrong time to let small home repair issues turn into big problems. From drafty windows to leaking roofs or overflowing gutters, PJ Fitzpatrick brings their mobile workshop straight to your door, getting your repairs done right the first time. So your home works for you, not against you, all season long. Every repair is backed by 45 years of experience. Let the experts handle it and schedule your home repairs at trustpj.com.
Mark our nation's 250 years of resilience by building your financial strength. Open a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account and earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with just a $1,000 minimum balance. And the best part? No withdrawal penalties. Your money is always there when you need it. Want even more ways to save? Check out our share and IRA certificates. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by a branch today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Yes, who's in the house? Surge Philly, shifting the narrative, setting the agenda. That's what they call themselves, shifting the narrative, setting the new agenda, a new generation of journalists.
It's here to stay. Thank you for having us on. It's always great.
How are you guys? We're glad you're safe.
Yes. God bless for keeping us safe, and thank you for all the support. A busy couple weeks here we've had, and we had some good content come out. But how are you doing?
I'm doing great. There is so much news today. Over the weekend, like Dan Borowski is also wearing even more hats because Greg Stocker's been off. So Dan does the Greg Stocker cut sheet. So I don't even know. Do we even get to half of your cut sheet from the morning show from 6 a.m.?
I don't expect it, though, with 52 plus cuts.
I know. And then it was just like, it's like a book. It's like a new Bible every day. And then, my God, the breaking news. So there's a lot of breaking news.
Thank you for the compliment.
Yes. So we got that going on.
Yeah, well, rest in peace, Lindsey Graham. I was actually on Newsmax yesterday, and right before or right after the news broke, so I spoke about that a little bit on Newsmax, but it's heartbreaking, and the conservative movement lost a champion, the military lost a champion, and the United States lost somebody who was fiercely pro-American, which is much needed today.
And so who were you on Newsmax?
I was on with Kelsey in the morning, or Kenzie, I'm sorry, Kenzie Beach on Wake Up America.
Okay.
And it was awesome. It's always great to be on with Kenzie. If you're ever watching TV on a Sunday morning or Saturday morning, tune in to Wake Up America. It's great.
So it's Kenzie Beach.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Kenzie Beach Strumpf.
Yes. Yeah, she goes by Kenzie Beach on social media.
Get it right, Frank.
Well, no, I think just go with Kenzie Beach. Strumpf is like,
Yeah, I think she focuses on the Kenzie.
Dump the Strumpf.
Beach. It's very simple.
That's my advice.
It kind of sounds like Trump, though.
Pro tip.
It does sound like Trump. That's a good point.
Strumpf. Well, either you go with Kenzie Strumpf or you go with Kenzie Beach.
I think we know who it is, or what the better one is, right?
What?
I mean, we know what the better one is out of Kenzie Beach and Kenzie Strumpf.
Strumpf?
It's got to be Strumpf, right?
It does kind of sound like Trump. That's a good point.
Maybe you just change it up every other day.
But I'm glad you were on there. That's pretty cool.
Yes.
That's good.
Yes.
Have you been on Fox yet?
I have not been on Fox. No, Ian and I have not been on Fox.
Fox is eluding us. Rich, you got to pull some
Are they?
strings.
Yes.
All right. Zioli's got to get you on with Dana or whatever,
Yeah.
So you're on with. But
Looking
no, and also
to it.
What?
Looking forward to it in the future, but our favorite place is WPHT 1210. It's always a pleasure
that,
to be on.
Dan.
Absolutely.
Dawn and Dan.
Look at that sweet talker.
Wipe the brown off your nose, guys.
Oh, see there? Getting a little sweet talky. No, we knew you when. No, we're proud of you guys, and we're always glad you're safe. So, what's going on with Surge Philly? Where are you going to take us this week? We never know, and more importantly, your parents and grandparents never know. I know that they're always worried about you. So,
yes. So we have some more content from Washington D.C. on the 250th, but first we have a clip that we got at the New York City Pride Festival where somebody spoke about Charlie Kirk in a very discouraging, very negative way, and it's very unfortunate that people speak like this, but a leftist basically said Charlie Kirk should rest in, How do you feel about the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Yeah, so that clip was pretty interesting, and I guess we'll hit that first. And I think, it's a litmus test. Yeah, it's a litmus test on the left. People who spoke poorly about Charlie Kirk, were supportive of political violence. And also we're seeing people now speak poorly of Lindsey Graham and also celebrating the fact that he passed away. And I think they're kind of the same. If you support political violence or celebrate when people pass away, you are not part of the conservative movement. The assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Here it is. May he rest in that yes, keep going.
So what made you such a violent person that cheers on the assassination of people who haven't done anything wrong?
I think if people call for the killing of children in schools, I think they deserve to die. I'm not
And
sure.
when did he advocate for the killing of children?
Or do what now? What'd you say?
When did he advocate? When did Charlie Kirk advocate for the killing of children?
You're asking the same thing over and over again. This is stupid. Trump. Who else? Charlie Kirk. Who else? Who? Give me some names.
Then you want to give some names?
All right. Bye.
What makes people like that sick?
The irony at the end where she started asking for people to hate on is really emblematic of the left, and it really, paints a broader picture of what we're dealing with from that side.
Yeah, and when you think about this, just think about it, that last week, all week in court in Utah, we had Charlie Kirk's, wife, widow, Erica Kirk, his mom and dad in the courtroom. I don't know how they sat through it. There were points where they had to leave the court, but all of those court proceedings during the preliminary, so that the prosecution, that's the way their system works. Every state might be a little different, but in this one, they have to do the preliminary situation where the prosecution has to convince the judge they have enough to move forward. I think that burden of proof is there, but that's their procedure. But you think about that this accused alleged assassin of Charlie Kirk was convinced of all of these very things that you're showing, right? With all of these people that you're interviewing, they all have the belief that Charlie Kirk was, a hater, hated them, hated all these different, was a racist or a sexist or whatever they believed, all these horrible things. But for those of us who actually knew what Charlie Kirk was about, it's the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, all you had to do was watch one Charlie Kirk video, and you would see that many of the things they called Charlie Kirk, whether it be a Nazi, a fascist, or somebody who hates people, is just totally untrue. His main mission in life was to proclaim the name of Jesus Christ and bring people to faith. That was his real mission, and he was a conservative who advocated for American values. And he did that on college campuses where his viewpoint was not always accepted. And he not only advocated for them things, but he also gave people who disagreed with him the mic. And that's something that these people, these leftists who, like to call him a fascist or a Nazi, don't really like to speak about.
Yeah, and it just brings me to the question of whether, I know on Twitter, on X, you'll have the community notes, and at least they'll put some qualifier. You can report somebody. I would say Instagram is much more the wild, wild west, with what they can say. And so I just wonder sometimes with the trial involving the alleged killer of Charlie Kirk, if they'll bring that up as far as what incensed the accused killer. And was it social media triggering him, convincing him that this was something he had to do and that, in fact, he was justified in doing it. I wonder if that will be a piece of it and if it's something that we should all explore. In other words, you're exposing these people, their hatred, right?
Yes.
But in that one, I think there are some, some critics over time when we've talked and we've done interviews, people say, well, why do you have to show all this? This is exactly why.
Yeah.
Because this is why Charlie Kirk was murdered.
100%.
Right?
100%. And that's exactly what we stand for when we go out to these protests. We want to not only spread a message of truth, but we want to make people aware of what we're dealing with and how much of a public safety crisis this actually could turn into.
And it's not only important that these people saw this content on social media, but I think it's also worth it to focus on what influencers in particular do these people who allegedly kill people like Tyler Robinson watch. For example, the person accused to have, had a plan to assassinate Erica Kirk.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They found that he was watching Jolly Good Ginger, which is a person that we actually had a confrontation with and who got in my face.
Very violent guy.
And
Very
who got,
violent guy.
Yeah, who got extremely hostile with me. That Ginger, Jolly Good Gingivitis is his name. I think fits him better, but he goes by Jolly Good Ginger on social media.
What did you say, Jolly Good Gingivitis?
Yes, he has like one tooth left.
Oh, and some bad breath. Ooh, that's nasty. But in that one, I remember that was really hateful. And so I just want to point this out. If you think this is silliness or if it's done for entertainment value or something of that nature, it's quite serious.
I would just like to point out that after our interaction with Jolly Good Ginger, he actually lashed out on social media and made his entire fan base and others aware of his battles with mental health disorders and how he says he deals with these, intrusive thoughts and things of that nature. And it was only after he had an encounter with us and we were able to, I guess, hold the mirror up to his face and show him how foolish he actually looked. And it was only then he was willing to actually open up and say what was actually causing that behavior.
Okay, so that's a good thing that we know that. But even in cases, and this happens, there's a pattern here where you've revealed this, you've exposed this, that this is supposed to be a pride event, a celebration, but it turns into sometimes drawing in negative people with issues. But in this one, even when you get somebody who wants to speak to you, who wants to have a conversation, it seems like there's always somebody who is, who is tasked, I'll say, an organizer perhaps, who's tasked with making sure that people like you are not allowed to speak to some folks who want to have a conversation.
Yes, every single time at every protest or even pride demonstration we've been to, there has always been a person trying to stop us from speaking to attendees. The most famous one being the Leatherman in that pretty viral clip now that we posted where I was running away from the person following us. But yeah, there's always somebody there trying to stop conversations from happening. And we actually have a video at the New York City Pride March where a person did try and stop a conversation I was having with an attendee, but was unsuccessful in doing so. Again, this person is following us around right now, basically trying to stop us from getting any interviews at the Pride Festival in New York City. Very unfortunate. Would you like to do a quick interview about why you're out at the Pride Festival?
Sure.
Gotcha. What's your name and why are you out? Please stop.
My name is Katya.
Your name is Katya?
Katya. Yes.
Why aren't you letting a woman speak?
Oh, he's content farming.
I'm doing interviews.
He's content farming. And is there something wrong with that? Yeah. I mean, I don't get what the issue is with content farming. Other people are doing it.
Oh.
But I am sitting here telling you that I am informed, that I am consenting, so I'm not sure why you're still here.
Ooh.
Can you leave them alone? They want to speak to me. You're interfering with their right to speak. And this is a member of your own community who you're silencing because you don't like what they have to say or you don't think you'll like.
I mean, you haven't even gotten a chance to ask me anything yet.
So hopefully it stops and we can conduct interviews and whatnot.
Yeah, because as long as you guys are being respectful, you're not trying to rage bait anybody, and you're not out here causing issues, I don't see why you can't ask controversial questions.
Yeah, and I haven't rage baited you. We're having a good conversation, right?
Entirely respectful.
Came up and you asked to take an
All-
interview.
all
if we
you've
would have said no,
done-
I'm sure you would have walked away.
All you have done is ask controversial questions, and there's nothing wrong with asking a question on a topic that's controversial.
That
And
was great.
Yeah, I just want to point out, like, if you weren't watching on the YouTube, that was a woman in full Pride attire with rainbow accessories there for the Pride March, and probably didn't agree with pretty much anything we could have had to say, but still was willing to actually have the conversation, and for that, we are much appreciative.
Well, that's not. It's nice that you put, you're putting that out there on your social media, on Surge Philly, and letting people know that, because that's what this is all about, a conversation. That's really what Charlie Kirk was all about. Let's just be able to, have the conversation, talk about our differences, but talk about it in a respectful manner.
Yeah.
And like Charlie Kirk said, we need to have the conversations, because when the conversations stop, what we do is we dehumanize each other.
Yeah.
And at that point, when we dehumanize each other, is when violence becomes something we think is acceptable. So even if we disagree, the goal needs to be to find truth, because there is objective reality and there is one right way and one wrong way. But even if we disagree on what that right way is, or even if we disagree with the fact that there is a right way, we need to have the conversation so that we can at least be reminded that we're all human beings. And yes, I really appreciate Katya for having that conversation with us. And I think another interesting facet of that whole encounter was the person trying to stop the conversation was unwilling to say virtually anything. She stood there quietly, refusing to talk, but then also trying to stop other people from having a conversation.
They want to shut it down.
Yeah, that is childlike toddler behavior.
Yeah.
And it needs to be condemned by everybody.
It's part of the agenda. You know what? Speaking of the conversation, we have the what Greg Stocker says, the unofficial general manager of the station, Road Warrior. He's here.
Hello, Dawn.
Hello. How are you doing, John?
Enjoying the show.
Are you
Watching these
suntanning?
two very fit young men.
Uh-oh.
Well, we
who,
really
for some
appreciate
reason,
that.
Are not on the roster. Why is that?
So what we're talking about, I'm sure you know, but I have to say it. It's Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. It's teed up for about 2 weeks from last Saturday, or from yesterday, I should say, on Sunday, July 26th, from the Ben Franklin Bridge, bend to the shore. So I think that Road Warrior is saying, but you guys, you're going to do it, right?
I think we're going to do it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we're going to do it. Yeah, we're going to commit to that right now on air. We'll be there.
Do you know what you're signing up for?
I know, and guess what? I'm a cyclist. I love riding bikes. I rode, I think, 45 miles in the last 3 days. I rode 23 miles and 27 miles because I'm actually getting ready for a triathlon that I'll be doing in about 28 days. And I'm not ready for that by any means, but maybe the shore trip will help me prepare.
So Frank is getting ready. What about you, Ian?
Ian's over here
I'm
wait, hold on.
hey, I'm trying to maybe fade into the background on this one. I'm not a cyclist, but I'm down for a challenge.
Do you have a side cart available, Road Warrior, that Ian could ride in with Frank?
Do you guys, does Ian have a bike? Do you have a good
I don't
bike?
have a bike, but we have a tendency of making things happen, so I'm sure we'll make it happen.
Make sure they get the team link and they don't just sign up as for some random signing up so they can start with the team.
Yes.
Are you sunbathing out there today, Road Warrior?
No, I'm working very hard, Dan. Nonstop.
What are you implying there? He's like, you're
I
inside.
can never read sarcasm with this
I know.
guy.
I know. Listen, we love you and all that you do for Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. It's an awesome nonprofit that raises a ton of money.
Know your load.
Yes, we know our load. We do.
All right, Frankie, get it done. Get it done, man.
All right.
Sign up.
We'll get it done. I'll be signed
Yes,
up by the
sir.
end of today. I'll be signed up and it'll be on my story, and it's much needed, not only to get ready for the triathlon and to raise money, both very important things, but I also need to keep the legs in shape. I can't be walking around out here in short shorts with unfit legs. So we're gonna
Need to
sign up
tone
and make
those
it happen.
thighs there, Frank.
Got to get them legs in short shape.
Yes.
The Republican shorts.
I will say the Republican shorts, that's the funniest thing. But I think those legs are, they kind of, they get you, I don't know, they get you some attention.
They've seemed to spark a controversy. So, I mean, hey, whatever gets people talking.
I love it. Do we have some more clips to go to?
We do. We have a few more from Washington, D.C. during the weekend of the 250th that we did not show last week.
Nice.
That were super interesting and, a couple Looney Tunes. Were
Loonies with no tunes.
Yeah, so Ian, whatever one we're going to play first.
Yeah, so this is Independence Day Antifa Chaos, where a British man and his wife, who was an American, actually harassed Frank and accosted him with a megaphone at point-blank range.
Let's appreciate the irony of a British man protesting in Washington, D.C. on the 4th of July, real quick. But this was his wife, who was acting insane.
And then a veteran came in and actually assaulted Frank. And I'm still on the fence about, what uniform he was in. I'm not sure that's an official Army or any service-related uniform. But he did identify himself as a veteran, so, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But, he actually assaulted Frank, and there's more of that to come, so you'll see when the clip rolls.
Here it is.
Not in my ear.
Not in my ear.
Ooh. Yeah, not in my ear.
Oh.
You're in public property.
Get out of my face! Get the out of my face! Get the out of my face! Get the out of my face!
Oh, she's shaking.
Get out of my face!
Yeah, self-destruct sequence inactivated.
Yeah, you can see the kryptonite kind of bulging through her neck vein.
Oh, my God.
But right there, what happened, just to give a little bit more context, is that we were on the pavement on public property in Washington, D.C., when I walked up to a few people who were protesting on the corner. All of these people were on different corners in Washington, D.C., and were all getting supplies from Flair USA, which have an encampment in Washington, D.C. They were wheeling around wagons of supplies. So they were getting supplies, but I walked up and I asked why they were out there protesting, and that's when the lady lost it and started getting in my face with the megaphone. And you could hear me say, not in my ear. I was trying to get the megaphone away from my ear to stop any hearing damage from happening. But yeah, she turned into the leftist Incredible Hulk. And I don't know how incredible she was.
Quite literally, look at the vein on her neck there.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. That's
That's a little scary right there.
It's a lot of anger manifesting right there.
And a lot of spit flying out of her mouth.
So what's this police officer that pops up after?
So we then went for coverage of the march that they were having, the larger march. And the police officer walked up to us and said, you need to leave, you need to get on the other side of the street, and then threatened us with arrest. And we were very upset about that. And on the back of one of their shirts, it said First Amendment Squad. But we complied. Mm-hmm. And then after we complied, one of their organizers actually walked up to us, followed our cameraman, and tried to stop us from getting footage. And I turned around and said, didn't you tell us we weren't allowed to follow the march and get close to the march? Can you tell the organizers to not follow us? And then the cops said that they were allowed to follow us. So it was totally hypocritical. Just because it's a permanent event, you can. Just because it's a permanent event doesn't mean it's public property.
You go on that side of the street. Yeah, public safety. Sir,
it's public property. I'm not pushing on you.
You're going to go to jail.
I'm not pushing on you.
I'm going to tell you right now.
I'm not attempting to push on you. Okay, where do I have to walk?
On this side, on this line right here.
Okay.
On this line, you can trail it right here as much as you want, sir.
Wait, First Amendment communication team.
Can I ask what's around his belt? He has a very intense tool belt there. But he can't carry, right? So it's bear mazes and.
Is that the guy with the? If you're watching on YouTube, the turquoise colored.
Yeah, I don't know.
In real quick,
maybe First Amendment supplies. I'm not sure what.
First Amendment supplies.
I don't know what.
Supplies. Look at all this.
Ian is Mr. Understated.
He does have a gun. Or is that a taser right there?
I believe
that is a serious hookup right there. I don't know what exactly I'm looking at.
Because it's not cigarettes.
It looks like pepper spray.
My, what a big package you have, officer.
It looks like handcuffs. He has two pairs of handcuffs. He has one on his belt and he has one in his hands.
With the way that they were behaving towards me, what it could be is a muzzle to stop journalists and people who are conservative from expressing themselves because they were really trying to impede on my freedom of speech, freedom to be on public property. And it was very unfortunate and hypocritical, which you'll see in 1 second. Communication team. He's the First Amendment communication team stopping me from covering an event on public property. I thought I had equal protection under the law. What happened to that?
And here's where the organizer starts harassing.
Can you stop him from following my cameraman? No. I would like you to stop him from following us.
He's not doing anything. You're allowed to do that.
That was the First Amendment guy.
Come on. I'm allowed to follow like that?
Sir, come on.
Wait, I thought I wasn't allowed to go up to the group. They just went up to me. Well, why is he allowed to go up to my cameraman? That's the First Amendment squad here in Washington, D.C. What a joke.
So just to be clear, the person with all the packaging, the packages and whatever's around his belt, is that person a real police officer of their municipality?
Yeah, those police officers are Metropolitan Police. I guess the First Amendment protection squad comes from maybe some sort of civil unit. Maybe he's a part of like some sort of civil squadron too, like how a Philadelphia police has the civil affairs unit.
Okay.
And New York also has a similar program too. So maybe it could be something to do with that. But either way, he was there impeding on our First Amendment right while claiming to be a protector and defender of the First Amendment.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure that out. The only thing I can say is they created some lines. So apparently maybe in the permitting process, the way they do it is they will say media needs to be over here, and the people who have the permit, they can be over here. They try to separate people.
Well, the idea is that we complied with the officer when he gave the order to stay separated, but the leftists and the liberals there, they could not comply. They continued to follow and harass us. And it was continuous, and we were the only ones who were chastised about it. And you actually see at the end of the video, eventually the cops did start saying, sir, you can't follow him. But that was only after they tried to totally brush the situation under the rug by saying he's allowed to do that. He's not doing anything. But it was only when Frank started saying, please don't do this, they actually, they couldn't ignore the situation any longer. And it's lazy policing we witnessed in that video, and it's unfortunate to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, because usually what I've noticed, especially here in Philadelphia, but usually it seems like you guys work well with law enforcement.
Yeah. Yeah, so in Philadelphia and even in New York, most times, the police are great. They protect us. They establish perimeters, which in cases when concerning public safety, they are allowed to do. But in this case, in Washington, D.C., it seems like there's a total unequal application of the law, which is very unfortunate. And again, many of the police officers, even in Washington, D.C., are great people who are defending everyday citizens, and they want to do the right thing, and they know what the right thing is. But you have people in City Hall, at city councils, who are stopping the police officers from doing their job. You can look in Philadelphia. Every time a police officer in Philadelphia draws their firearm, they are investigated. So police officers here in Philadelphia can't even really defend themselves without worrying about retaliation from the district attorney's office.
Yeah, which is crazy. So YouTube, thank you if you're watching on YouTube. If you're listening and you want to call in, 855-839-1210. But Dan Borowski had noticed a great point on YouTube.
Yeah, Jimmy wrote in, if this were a pro-life event, we would want people with microphones to broadcast our advocacy. Why protest if you don't want your advocacy broadcasted?
Exactly. And why wear masks and hide your identity also if you're not proud to represent those causes? It shows that these protesters probably know they're in the wrong, and the only reason that they're participating is because they're in too deep now.
Mm-hmm. Now, DMAT, be nice. DMAT says, well, just think if they put that much passion in her Starbucks job. Now, that got to be nice.
Yeah, they would do a lot of good. My coffee would be awesome in the morning. Although I don't really go to Starbucks anymore. I've been making my own coffee at home, which I recommend everybody do because you save about $3.90.
Why are you going to Starbucks if you live in the city and you have like 5 different privately owned coffee shops within like a block distance?
Well, listen, Dunkin' is way better. Frank runs on Dunkin' when he's traveling, but
They're working on their coffee sponsorship.
Yeah.
Duncan, where you at?
Call us.
Thank you, because I think. Are you reacting to DMAT saying that's quite the Batman belt?
Yes, I am.
Good one.
It was a serious tool belt. I would be really interested in knowing what he needs that heavy duty equipment for out there at the Pride event.
My, what a big belt you have, Batman.
It's tape to tape people's mouths shut when they say something that is conservative.
Is that?
Betty Rizzo says the whole idea of a protest is to bring attention to the cause.
Absolutely.
So the truth is they are
Absolutely.
programmed with zero idea why they're acting out.
And we think of protests as a way to amplify a message. But many of these people out here don't view these protests as a way to amplify a message, rather show power, gain in numbers, and then cause destruction, destroy private property, destroy public property. We've seen that in the Summer of Love in 2020. These people weren't trying to amplify their message in the media. They were trying to scare everyday law-abiding citizens. And unfortunately, we see a lot of that on the left at these different demonstrations. And it goes back to the point, we have to decide what a lawful demonstration is and where the line is when it becomes unlawful. If a journalist cannot safely be at the event, maybe that's an unlawful demonstration. Maybe that means it's a riot, not a peaceful protest.
Yeah, Jimmy says he probably has shark spray in that belt. Jimmy, you guys are funny. I love it. Do you have more videos? We went through a lot.
Yeah. If there's another clip, I'll run it up. Yeah. So here is when there's a protest monitor. Or no, this is the voter ID clip right here. So you'll see this. It's every single time. I'm sure if you follow our content, you've seen a similar situation that's about to unfold here, where leftists will ask Frank for an ID or some sort of identifying document, and he'll counter and be like, "So if journalists need ID, do voters need ID?" And they run away every single time. So just watch.
What you're representing, right? Like, if I'm talking to media.
So, I should have ID on me.
Yeah, that is actually a requirement for journalists.
So should people who vote have IDs when they vote?
We're gonna leave.
We're gonna leave. Have a good one.
It's just a question, right? If I need journalist ID, do people who vote need IDs?
No one answered. That is okay. Goodbye.
It's so crazy how they Every take time. flight. They take flight every single time. They never even have a rebuttal to it. The last time I asked that question, they actually brought up how I was attacking, quote unquote, attacking immigrants, when I never mentioned immigrants. So many people know that the Save America Act is meant to stop illegal people and to stop election fraud from happening, but they don't want that. They want the election fraud because it helps Democrats.
Ian, I have to make an observation, Ian and Dan, about Frank. I think Frank, with his his Republican shorts and his sunglasses put up on his head, I think, so, you're kind of like a little bit of eye candy. And so I'm noticing this. Maybe they think you're woke or they think you're cute, but I think that's part of his, I don't know if it was on purpose initially, but am I wrong here? What do you think?
I think you're right.
It seems to be working. So, I mean, you can't argue with
Frank's getting all
the results.
Yeah.
I'm glad everybody thinks I'm eye candy. I'm flattered.
We were having a conversation, though, because I drove with these guys last week, and we were talking about how that girl in the hot pink last week.
Yes.
How, she seemed to be, into Frank. And we were talking about the pull that I think conservative men have when they go out these LGBT, events, because I don't know, Dawn, maybe you can attest to this, but I think there is a desire for young women to find someone that is going to be at least their equal and raise a family with. And a lot of times, I hate to say it, liberal men are not that. So they look towards conservatives like Frank.
Real men.
What it is the sheer lack of testosterone at these events. So when slightly normal guys come, it's like something that's never before been seen by these people. So, hey, I mean, if any liberal women are interested, maybe you got to get your ideas in line, but we might be able to make something happen.
There's one for you, Frank, right there with the white shirt on, yes.
I'm still waiting for the girl in pink to message us and ask for a job with Surge Media. But I think the short shorts give me flair, and I think they like that.
like, we like short shorts. Surge Philly likes short shorts. I don't know. We're having some fun with this. But no, I think there's something to it. I think you're right. The alpha male or real man or whatever that is. But okay, I know you have one more clip. Go ahead. Which one's left?
So this is the where Frank's being harassed and assaulted by a protest monitor, and then a veteran who I talked about earlier actually comes and stops Frank from moving and assaults him. And there was a situation that unfolded later on in the video where we actually saw him coming from the event, not in his uniform, his cosplay anymore. So we approached him and we were just asking him why is he so aggressive in groups, but not when he's by himself. And he had nothing to say.
What's up?
What's up?
What's
How
up?
you doing?
What's up?
How you doing?
Remember that time you called me anti-fascist agitator?
Hey, yeah.
Get the up. Get the stop.
No, this is public property.
Stop.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. This is public property.
Hey, what's up, man?
You're not intimidating me, sir. I'm going to keep on walking over to the protest. Again, harassment. You're on camera. This is public property. I'm allowed to be here. Oh, wow. Right there. That's harassment. That's assault, right?
And water was actually just thrown on
real
Frank,
childlike
Frank
of you right
there.
Why are you trying to vandalize my equipment?
And you don't know it's water necessarily.
Yeah, it could have been
be
anything. Could have been anything.
Why are you vandalizing my equipment, sir? Oh, look, now they're surrounding us. Why can't I be here?
Yeah, that's a black and white issue. It is against the law to pour unknown liquids on other people in public without consent. If there's even consent to say, I want you to throw liquid on me. No, you cannot do that. And he broke the law. And we had the video of him doing that, and he was still not arrested, which was very unfortunate.
And you can see the Trump derangement syndrome. The guy who threw the liquid on you is wearing a T-shirt that says F Trump.
Typical.
So,
typical.
Yeah, typical stuff there. But in these, again, it's important to think about, what are we seeing now? You're approaching this couple. Is this part of this?
Yes, this is the guy who is in uniform now,
Okay.
not in uniform. We seen him after the protest, leaving the protest and going to the flare encampment. So we decided that we should try to get another interview with him.
Yeah, so this guy said he put his shoulder down and ran into me and then was like, what's up? Trying to act like a tough guy. And just a few hours later, we seen him coming without his costume on, and he had nothing to say. He ran away as quickly as possible.
Have a good day.
You seem very aggressive every time I see you when you're in a crowd.
I guess he's not getting paid now.
Yeah, he's off the clock.
He's off the clock. And then they had to actually play music as loud as possible to try to destroy their audio, which is kind of like a defense mechanism they use at the flare encampment in Washington, D.C. You heard the music start playing when we ended the video. That's a tactic that they use.
So was he the guy wearing? Is he the guy who's a military veteran?
Apparently, he identified
Allegedly?
himself as one, but that uniform doesn't seem to be service related. And everybody who engages with our post on that topic says the same thing, that they have no idea what he's dressed as, where that uniform came from. And yeah, it's just unfortunate to see that. If that's true, if he's stolen valor, that's a whole other can of worms he does not want to open.
And I wonder if there are any legal issues with wearing a military uniform to a protest and making it a political statement.
And his tie is too short. So whatever uniform that is, that has to be against the uniform code. So
he should wear some Republican shorts.
I'm not an expert on that, but if there are any military uniform experts out there, let me know. Am I right? Am I wrong? But yeah, he has like the Joe Rogan tie on. If you've seen that.
That's what I was thinking. Remember, Joe? I'll never forget that with Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Short shorts are cool. Short ties are not cool. If you're going to wear a tie, it needs to be at belt waist level, where that's the appropriate length for a tie. Maybe a few inches longer, but you can't go with the short tie. It's just not a good look, unless you're Joe Rogan, in which case you have
you can probably get away with a lot if you're Joe Rogan.
Who wears short shorts? Well, listen, Frank, Ian, Surge Philly, support these guys. I know you do. And we'll just leave you with.
I just took a fascism class.
Uh-oh.
We did not discuss that, but
Frank, this is your
I'm
match made in
President
heaven
Trump.
right here.
You took a fascism class?
100%.
What is fascism?
She's got to reach out.
To me,
Still waiting.
Be at the rehearsal dinner. Yeah, we met because I took a fascist class.
definition.
You can get your textbook.
Yes, I can.
She could be red pilled. She could be saved.
Did you find out what fascism means yet?
I know what fascism means, but I'm trying to give the different definitions to compare and contrast.
Can you give me one definition?
No, there's no one definition of fascism. It's still highly debated among historians.
Can you give me a definition?
It's when you're...
Some kinks you need to work out, Frank, but I think you got it handled.
Listen, if the short shorts bring people into the MAGA conservative movement, so be it. We need to bring as many people in as possible. And, we're always open to having conversations with people who disagree with us. Even if we end the conversation still disagreeing, the important thing is that we have the conversation so we can humanize each other.
This segment sponsored by Republican Man Short Shorts.
Are they getting shorter?
They're looking good. They're
I'm
looking
still
very
getting
nice.
taller. Oh, you're
That's
getting
what it
taller.
is.
He's growing. He's a growing young man. He's still a student, for crying out loud.
Now, if you put your hands down, do your middle fingers go past the length of them?
Should I try right now?
Yeah, try right now.
Because he went to Catholic
He's got the shorts on right
school,
now. Try right
Don't
now.
get what I'm talking about, yeah.
Back up, Frank. Back up.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
hold on.
I have the longer ones on right now.
Okay.
So
okay,
the shorts are longer than the
These
arms.
are definitely the longer shorts.
But this is not true with the other pair of short shorts I have, the shorter shorts. And as people continue to criticize them, they will get shorter.
Uh-oh.
I love this.
Or maybe not. They're already pretty short.
Let there be peace. Thanks to Republican Man Short Shorts. I'm telling you, it's an opportunity here. Listen, Frank, Ian, Surge Philly, we love you guys. We appreciate you. 1 year as we celebrate 1 year.
1 year of Surge and
Yes.
many more to come. If you would like to support Surge Media and our quest for the truth, to have conversations, and to really honor Charlie Kirk's legacy, please go to surgemedia.us. This fight is not free. It does take time, money, and effort. So if you could make a contribution, we appreciate it. If not, just watch our videos, like the videos, comment on the videos, and that's more than enough. But thank you, Dawn and Dan. It's always great to be on.
We thank you, Surge Philly, Ian,
Thanks, guys.
Frank,
Thank you so much.
and the Short Shorts. We'll be right back. We got to talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Maybe have you looked at your roof lately? If not, don't wait until the fall. Once cooler weather and the storms arrive, small roofing issues, as you probably can imagine, can quickly become expensive repairs. So don't wait. Right now, the perfect time. Protect your home and save. Through July 31st, through the end of this month, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is offering 25% off a brand new roof. Yeah, whopping 25% off. Here's why I trust Chapman, and I've worked with the Chapman family team for more than a decade at this point. So they are GAF Certified Plus. GAF Certified Plus contractor. That means they can offer enhanced warranty protection that most roofing companies simply cannot. So if you've been thinking about replacing your roof right now, the time to beat the fall rush. Take advantage of those savings. Enjoy peace of mind before the seasons change. Just call my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding today. Schedule this. Get this free consultation on the calendar. Visit ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Offer ends July 31st. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account. Payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties, because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA Keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets, just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active. And it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
PNC Bank prides themselves on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited about serving our great region. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly planted the seeds to sprout brilliant results for equally brilliant clients. As fans themselves, they love your passion for winning. That's why they have dedicated teams across greater Philadelphia ready to do the boring work to help set you up for success. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. United Tire is keeping America rolling by extending its 4th of July sale through July 18th. Receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Here's something you don't hear every day. Employee pricing for everyone. For a limited time only this July, Closet Factory Philadelphia is opening its employee pricing event to everyone. That means incredible savings on custom closets, garages, pantries, home offices, and more. If you've been waiting to organize your home, now's the time. Employee pricing is available this July for a limited time only. Book your free design consultation today at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Now, You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Everybody's talking about today this crazy video footage captured a bison launching this poor man about 8 feet up into the air during an attack. Yeah. Yellowstone National Park. Don't go, hey, hello, heads up. And then afterwards, the bison, you see him, he's like rolling around. It's like, oh, God, I can't wait to go by the water pool. I can't wait to tell the guys about that. You see me? I threw that guy up there. You see that? That's my bison voice, which is also my buddy voice.
I was going to say, it sounds like your buddy voice.
But, you know, it's crazy. Charge this poor grandfather who is injured, but
is he okay?
I think the grandfather was trying to protect his grandson. So kudos to Grandpa.
I'm sorry, he's okay. Like, I'm allowed to laugh at this.
Well, I think Grandpa is a pretty tough guy, but look at that. Whoosh, he goes up in the air, launches him, but a pretty brave gentleman. Some grandfathers might just throw their grandkid in the path.
Can I ask Dom Giordano a question?
Dom Giordano, did you see this?
So he always says he can outrun a bear.
Yes.
You think he can outrun a bison?
Oh, backwards. He can outrun the bison. Yes. I don't know the bison's speed, but they can't be as fast, allegedly, as a bear.
Well.
Or a fake horse out here on Chestnut Street, but who's counting?
Wait, there's a fake horse?
Yeah. Or is that horse real? We're debating it. It's a parking issue here, Dawn.
Yes.
That could have been involved more than a bison. Yeah.
Well, we knew in Philadelphia we'd have all these road closures because of the big all-star events and so on.
Were you able to get a spot in the normal spot, or did you have to go crazy finding something else?
No, I'm in the normal spot.
Okay.
Yeah, and I cleared it with a guy that said Royal Valet, as if he's a cop. God.
I had to clear with him, too. He was kind of aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what you do it today, he said. This is, we're constitutional. We should have shirts. Press, constitutional. Get out of the way.
Oh, man.
Bloviators, even more constitutional.
I actually have some more audio.
I don't like violence, Tom. I'm a businessman. Blood is a big expense.
What's coming up on the Dom Show?
So we have Jeff Andrew coming by, Dawn. They did a great job, not just Pennsylvania with the exhibit. Mm-hmm. And we have now, sadly, the second ice shooting, this one in Maine, but the footage seems to indicate that the guy did try to ram an ICE agent, but CNN's headline, second in a week. Here we go again.
Wow. Great Dom Show just ahead. Beware of the bison.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Searching for a new path to wellness. Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. BABBEL.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Good Monday, everyone. It is Dom time. Loaded up today. Got a great side question, among other things. Great round of golf yesterday. How hot was it out there? Rose says, not very much. You're just playing golf. Come on. Okay. One of the leads, and the CNN headline tells us all of this. Think of the history when Tom Homan took over from Kristi Noem and Bovino, and what was going on in Minnesota with ICE. Relative calm, even though there can always be difficulty, can always be violence. So in Maine, and I've watched some of the footage, we have the second fatal shooting in the week as the CNN headline. This one appears to be more clear-cut about someone trying to ram an ICE agent. What's unclear to me is, and we may know before the end of the show, how much ICE has the assistance in Maine, given the politics there that we've seen what they are in Maine from local and state police. Now, we know what happened in Jersey. Remember that? At the Shore, Manahawkin was one. And we know what happens when there is not support with crowds or whatever so that ICE can do their job effectively. Then that can be bad for everybody. But the headlines are already there. And Homan has been good. And on the Texas case, he has said repeatedly, they'll go where the evidence takes him as far as the actions of ICE. This one appears to be a bit more clear-cut at this point. Well, what I'm saying is this is always going to be a possibility, particularly when you have people on the other side ratcheting things up unbelievably. Well, then you can have the worst happen. So we have another fatal shooting, the second in a week here. 855-839-1210 will get you on board. As far as Lindsey Graham, it gives us an indication toward the midterms to see the mob come out and go after Graham as kind of a surrogate. Oh, we're just waiting until Trump dies. That seems to be the theme. Here's actress. Oh, no, we're saving this for Progressive Women Gone Wild. Yeah. We'll save it because it is amazing. Her thoughts, this actress, about Lindsey Graham and also about Mitch McConnell and then ultimately about Trump. Now, with Lindsey Graham, aside from the just sycophantic nature of Lindsey Graham grabbing on to anything at anyone, I think all these years I only had him on once. It might have been a book or when he ran for president. Actually had his cell phone there for a while. I think a lot of people did. Then I had it again. But the problem with Lindsey Graham, he is the last probably of the big-time neocons, John McCain, Lindsey Graham, Lieberman. And isn't it ironic that a president who broke the mold, this being Trump, no forever wars, you can see how difficult it is to maintain that as president. Yeah, we went into Venezuela. That worked. We've talked about this, right? But then going into Iran is feeling you're going to get out of there relatively easily. Not going to happen. And it drags on and on and on. And it's a drag on everything, including fuel. But with Lindsey Graham, he was of that camp, the biggest complaint would be U.S. military action, Ukraine, et cetera. This is how he was relevant, traveling the world, meeting with different leaders. They saw him as a go-between. And then that allowed him to have relevance way outside of where he would have been in any other universe. And as we see it play out, it's just an underlying again of those who still want to get engaged in all these things. I'm looking at Mike Pence. Mike Pence can't say enough along those lines. Mike Pence still wants to do that kind of stuff. The American people have voted they don't want to do that. Now, in the case of Iran, the argument, nuclear weapon, you have to take action. But we see how draining and how difficult this is. And then you start to hear advocates saying, well, we got to go in with boots on the ground. The American people do not want that. They voted against it. It's obvious. It's one of the biggest things when Trump first ran that set him apart from the other Republicans. Okay. I'm over the weekend just constantly amazed. These Liberty gas stations. As we left on Friday, we were still talking about them. And Politico and several others, giant articles on it. They are determined to get to the bottom. What kind of plot is behind them? Now, I'm assuming they're still in operation today. I'm looking at Politico, 8 printed pages. I'm looking at the local media. It'll be the coup of the universe. If they can prove this is just connected to Trump, some kind of PR stunt, the public's going to suffer. Meanwhile, people are flooding these gas stations. And again, I drive by the Sunoco on Rittenhouse today. You probably drive by one of yours. Why not? At the Trump administration, I did find out over the weekend, they are investigating, Department of Justice, they are investigating so-called gouging. Now, I wouldn't go after these companies legally, but who is closer to the truth? When oil dips, does the price at the pump dip? No. It's still $4.99 and 9/10 over at that Rittenhouse and several other places are close to it. So if that's the case, why in the world are we turning the hounds of hell loose on these 25 Liberty gas stations? And I'm looking, there was a piece about in Brookhaven, how happy people were to be able to get that. They don't want to get to the bottom of anything. They want to come back. They want to fill up there. They want to keep it going. They go to Drescher. They go to Brookhaven. They go to places like that. And all they're getting are people, now occasionally when you tell them Trump is involved, they go nuts. They don't like it. But by and large, they're happy that they're getting a 50-cent break or thereabouts. I've not seen a story where the media, how about investigating the story? What is the real price of gas now? What about the outliers on the high side? See, ordinarily they're going after the outliers on the low side. Why? Because they want to go after Trump. If it were going after Trump to go after the $4.99 and 9/10, they would go after that Sunoco station. Instead, just beating the ground, trying to get Watergate. These 25 gas stations, which appear to be independently owned. They're all under one consortium of sorts. And the extensive background checks, the energy dominance head for the Trump administration, they have like a czar of that. He did open up one of them. So what? People are getting cheaper gas. Why in the world is this a problem? Again, even more so than last week. All right, one story close to home. I don't have any idea where Henry might go on this. I become clear on this. I like Zach Wheeler a lot, but he should have accepted the belated. Look, MLB and these guys are mismanaged. We know that. I mean, sometimes they fall into something great. I was looking at footage today. The last time they were here, the home run derby was during the daytime. It was at Vet Stadium. I'm watching Barry Bonds hit several home runs, but it looked like, Vet Stadium was cavernous. True, but I don't know if it was 3/4 fill. It might have been half fill because it was daytime. It didn't look good. It looked like a dump, which it was. And it was fun, but it wasn't a big deal. Now, tonight, it is the hottest ticket. I mean, $1,000 plus on StubHub. God knows what it'll be by game time to be there tonight. So they have learned how to market something where this, and look at what they did. They put both Schwarber and they probably forced Harper to be in this.
I think it was the other way around.
Well, the other way around what?
Harper joined and then they forced Schwarber.
Oh, okay. Well,
I think it was more like, all right, you get this
Okay.
one, and then
Okay.
they ended up being like, you know what, let's
Okay.
both do it.
Well, I think Harper, at least on paper, said he didn't want to do it, but they put him in as a legacy.
He needed a new pitcher, yeah.
Yeah, right. So now it's a thing. All right, so they messed up with Zach Wheeler. And again, he wanted to be there, his kids, the fans. He could have pitched a batter. Everybody could have made nice. I mean, I listened over the weekend to Sports Talk, and it's kind of mixed, but a lot of people saying he ought to just pitch tonight. They should have put him in there. He should have accepted finally. You know, you can talk about disrespect. He can continue to say that, and he's right. It's idiotic. But if I were advising him, I would tell him to take the invitation. It's in your hometown. If it weren't in your hometown, not only that, the goofy way they determine a Hall of Famer, they actually look, whoa, he was only in 3 All-Star games.
Right.
What the hell does that have to do with anything? Really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, they mess up everything. They come up with extraneous things. Who knows what happened that year, why you weren't an All-Star, why you were an All-Star. Ridiculous. It ought to be on your statistical career and then I guess some measurements of how you stack up against others. But my God. Henry, should he accept is the question.
Honestly, no. For just that reason you put out there. It's people got to look at the stats, not the All-Star appearances when, evaluating someone's body of work. But I mean, no, someone will, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I agree with Wheeler's choice to not do this. I mean, you put in Jesus Luzardo over him. I mean, it was quite literally a slap in the face. A slap in the face to not be originally chosen by the, your peers, your fans, the whole thing. And then, there's a few injuries, a couple people can't play. Let's put in a different Phillies pitcher.
You wanted to be in there.
I don't think. I think he's saying just screw it. Like, you don't want me. I don't want to be a part of it. I fully support this because it's almost like Jimmy Rollins, like in 2007. Like, he wasn't an All-Star,
right?
At the break, he ended up winning MVP. So I think this could maybe light a fire under him. I think it has in the 2 starts that he's had since being snubbed, and we could be looking at a Cy Young campaign when it's all said and done. I thought Christopher Sanchez had was kind of running away with it, but man,
what about your hometown? What about the fans want to see him pitch?
I think the fans are behind him on this one. I think it's disrespectful
50-50.
to put Luzardo in.
Okay,
and just to, I really do think that he's making the right decision here. I agree the crowd pop would be crazy when they're, doing the intros for everybody and they say Zach Wheeler and everyone will go nuts, maybe more than everyone else. But no, I agree with his decision. It's just, I would feel disrespect. He's not going to pitch in it anyway. I'm not taking your charity accolade.
Okay, I'd say he should go. You can tell us what
he should
what
sit
he
in the
should do.
crowd.
He's got kids and all too. I'm not sure. Maybe they don't care. I can't tell you that. Okay. Side question. On this day, a few years back, I'd have to see how many, the boss, and several people get the title the boss, but if you ask me, one of the all-time guys who reveled in that, look at Seinfeld, how much stuff they got out of it. The boss, George Steinbrenner, passed away at the age of 80. I don't know how he ever got back into baseball after the stuff that he was doing. The things he said about Dave Winfield, I love them. But anyhow, he was the boss. We're looking for all-time bosses, real or fictional. Real or fictional. Let me take Barb first, and we'll get Henry's and Kirk's. All right, Barb, Washington Township. Good afternoon.
Well, I was thinking about buying gas in Rittenhouse Square. In order to operate a Sunoco station, I'm sure it's a lot more expensive it is than in the burbs. So if they charge $5 a gallon, so be it. If somebody's going to buy it, I can't afford a home in Rittenhouse Square. I don't know. That's my thought on the Sunoco gas station.
Well, wait a minute. They're not in Rittenhouse Square. Just so you know, they're on Rittenhouse Rittenhouse Street, which is near the drive. But why should we support bad behavior? This is bad behavior. They've been in it for 8 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, nobody can buy it. You just don't go there and buy the gas. They charge what they charge, right? I'm just saying, go elsewhere to get gas.
All right. Well, thank you, Barb. Yes. Well, I think we're in agreement. My point, I bring them up all the time because it's such an easy one. Why in the world is the media going after somebody undercutting the market? Well, first of all, I don't know if they're undercutting the market. What is the market here? The market should be a lot lower. Okay, but we're capitalists. They're slow walking it. I don't think we ought to be charging them with gouging or investigations. Trump administration is investigating. But then the Democrats attack and say, look at the high price of gas. And yet, the column this weekend was Brendan Boyle and Mary Gay Scanlon saying something is fishy about them. We need an investigation. The very same rats that are complaining about high gas prices tell Politico and these others, why are we not investigating the low price of gas here? I get a thrill every day they're in. I don't think I'd put the gas in. We talked about that last week. Might be a little bit below quality. I'm not sure. Just my own bias. But no, Barb, they're not in Rittenhouse Square. They're on Rittenhouse Street, right near Kelly Drive, heading into the city. And they've been that way for quite a while. I don't know what the lowest is out there. Is there anything lower than what they're charging at these Liberty gas stations? And there is a White House connection. The head of energy dominance is the one that cut the ribbon with the first one, apparently, for the Trump administration. Yes, they are trying to push back. Why don't we take away the gas tax in Pennsylvania for now? Republicans wanted to do that. Josh Shapiro and Democrats won't do it. So stop telling us you care about consumers. You're not going after the people overcharging. In my view, where the market is, the market's probably, still think, based upon the price, I haven't seen the last half hour, but it could be around $4 a gallon, something like that. It's certainly at not $5 a gallon. Okay, bosses. Michael Scott, take him off. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, I'll take two off the board, two fictional ones. Over the weekend, the American Century Championship was played, which is a celebrity golf tournament out in at Lake Tahoe, and finishing in absolutely dead last was none other than actor John O'Hurley, who played boss Jay Peterman in the show Seinfeld. He was Elaine's boss running the Jay Peterman catalog. Very famous boss, obviously left Elaine in charge of the Jay Peterman catalog when he went over to Burma, not Myanmar, Burma.
I didn't see him swing, but I had him in studio and all that. He was dancing around. The guy's got grace.
Oh, I'm
and
sure.
All that. So
I'm sure he's got a great swing. He's just not. He's not competing with these guys.
Yeah,
I mean, he finished behind Rich Eisen, Kathy Engelbert, Larry the Cable Guy.
Wait a minute.
Must have just had a bad
finished
weekend.
behind the WNBA woman right there.
Wow.
John, ban him from the show forever. That's it. He's got explaining to do.
But yeah, Elaine thought running the Jay Peterman catalog would be easy, so easy. You just put up any sort of ridiculous outfit and a nice blurb about it, and anyone will buy it. No, people aren't buying the Urban Sombrero, Elaine. It's not that simple. And then the other one I'll take off, boss I wouldn't want to have, Darth Vader. You give him some bad news, maybe something he doesn't want to hear. He'll force choke you, pick you up by that force choke, and maybe slam you into the wall. So yeah, not a good boss I'd like to have in Darth
Luke,
Vader.
You are my father.
There you go. What's yours, Kirk?
I'm going to go with two. I'm going to go with the fictional as well. Don Corleone and the all-time badass boss, Tony Sopranos from The Sopranos.
You're really sticking with the mob then.
All right. A lot of mob stuff. Okay.
Yep.
So it's 855-839-1210. The Rittenhouse station is not in Rittenhouse Square. So yeah, they have valet come out and do your. Yes, that's why it's so
You got
high.
valets out here to go see a plastic horse.
Exactly right.
I thought it was real when I got up here. Too.
I did too.
And,
for a second,
don't give anybody in the world a little bit of authority. This guy running around with a valet tag on and all. You can't park in the press zone. Your fake horse is not constitutional. We are.
Right, exactly right.
Everyone needs to park to see the fake horse.
Yeah, right.
Come
So
by.
I don't want to go down there. It's my constitutional right not to be towed. Well, do you have your press badge, sir? Yeah. You said Dan got into it with him even earlier, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, right before
Over a
before you
plastic
did.
horse. Like, what are they expecting?
I was wondering
1,000
because I was
people
That's what I'm
outside.
saying. Like, it's something people walking down Chestnut or whatever will be like, oh,
Right, yeah.
that's cool. Let's go
Right.
take a picture, maybe.
Yeah,
No
exactly.
one driving by is going to be like, yo, pull over, pull over.
All right.
What dignitaries coming here is Saddam Hussein. Well, no, he's deceased, but might be in town for the home run derby or coming here. All right, 855-839-1210. A lot out there already. Jump on board, 855-839-1210.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission, $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-453-2609. 800-453-2609. That's 800-453-2609.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Okay, all-time bosses, real or fictional? That's what we're looking for. So over the weekend, a lot more of what we started talking about on Friday. That tweet from Mike Johnson, the commies are within the gates. The DSA, Democrat Socialist, and I did see they were on Fox. I'd love to get them on. I mean, put a marker to the new director held their conference in Denver. And they actually have inside the DSA, Democrat Socialists, who are taking over the Democrat Party, a commie caucus. They actually call it the commie caucus. So how many groups actually have an out front group inside it called the commie caucus? And they put on seminars like what a dashing looking individual Karl Marx was as a young man. Imagine going to a seminar, Karl Marx. Oh, my God, a heartthrob. You've seen Marx and Engels? Wow. You know, oh, no, you didn't see them when they were that mustache, the whole thing.
Yeah, you didn't see them in their prime.
You didn't see Karl Marx in his prime. Is Karl Marx paying for a date? By the way, if you ever asked on a date with Bernie Sanders, we had a guy call that says he was when he was the mayor of Burlington, Vermont, saw him stiff people routinely over tipping him, workers, when he would eat at a lunch. I don't see Bernie Sanders paying for anything under any circumstance at any time. But Karl Marx was a dashing fellow. That was one of their seminars. They also, and here's the tell, over half of the DSA people, their activists, their group that came together for the convention, which was pretty large, they were all wearing masks, COVID masks. Inside, over half. And then
that was a tough picture.
Yeah, then they deleted the photo. Because, look, we get the trial and error period with the mask. And why, it was Pat Toomey, of all people, who suggested that. And why we went through that and the theory and all that. But there's been a lot of water under that COVID bridge since then. And people still wearing masks now, half of them doing this. It's a coercive thing. It's a signal of what they're about, power over your life and liberty for the greater good in their view. So should Republicans be running on this? Yes, that's the point I made. And if we get Mike Johnson back on the show, he's starting to make rumblings toward that. Trump does it clumsily in some of the things he's been saying. Johnson did it better. They are within the gates. There's a place, Bryant Park, which is very nice in New York. I've been there several times when I used to broadcast up there. But anyhow, over the weekend, nice weekend, they showed pictures of it and said how idyllic it was in New York. Look at Bryant Park. Here it turns out Bryant Park is not a city park. It's a privately owned thing that's open to people. Once again, they're trying to tell, look at that, there's no dirt. You were always talking about dirt and paper and all that stuff. Yeah, it's privately owned, buddy. It's not Mondani. Trust me. If the government owns it, what do you think is going to happen there? All righty, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hit us with that all-time boss. We got Jeff Andrew at 2. Kim Ward, president of the Senate. They reached this budget deal. I'll politely ask Kim Ward, why was nobody talking? Henry's trying to get all these people on who want to come on all the time, and nobody can't talk about it. $900 million more dollars for public education. $900 million more to waste. Headline over the weekend. Philadelphia public schools can't put their finger on hundreds of thousands of dollars. They don't know where it is, including pianos. Who loses a piano?
Oh, man.
Can you imagine these fraudulent? And is there like a big, okay, we don't know where the piano is. If you're the superintendent, stop everything. You know, it's like Shawshank Redemption. Not after breakfast, right now. We're looking for the guy. We're going to find that piano.
Yeah, I'd be checking every building.
Yeah, they're just writing it off. You find the piano? Nah, we'll get to it someday. Write it off. We're going to charge tax. Is it any wonder they don't have money for air conditioning, whatever? They can't find pianos. how, did somebody steal the piano? Even for the Philadelphia public schools, that would be a little bit difficult. And sundry other items, hundreds of thousands of dollars. We don't know where it is. Okay, who cares? All right, Gary in Newtown, first in today on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, how are you? Good afternoon.
Good.
Did you wind up getting hit with that microburst that hit St. Joe's campus over the weekend?
No, I was not on St. Joe's campus, or no, I
know that your home is relatively close to that, but there's sycamore trees snapped in half. It's like a maze trying to get through the campus. Every other street is shut down. I didn't know if it affected you or not.
No, thanks, Gary. No microburst, no.
Crazy. Anyway, be careful what you say about Bernie Sanders not paying it. It could be in this day of age, you could be anti-Semitic at that point.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that, but I can imagine Bernie Sanders asks you out on a date. Who's paying is the first question.
You're going to both walk out.
Well, he went to Moscow for his honeymoon.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I went with bosses you love to hate, and I know you have a great head of hair. I know you know that I have a great head of hair. I know that you're 6'1", I'm 6'1". But when you're smarter than your boss, you're taller than your boss, and you got a better hair than your boss, I'm going to call it Anne Hathaway. Miranda Priestley in Devil Wears Prada is an evil, evil boss because she just can't cut it against Anne.
That's a great one. Female boss out of the box, too. Yeah. Hadn't thought about many of those. Imagine the boss of the WNBA. She's down there in the lowest rankings, playing golf and ditching interviews as the world burns.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned Rich Eisen in it, too, because, she was like, oh, I'm all set to go on your show. And she went, oh, never mind. I got to work on my chipping and putting.
Oh, yeah. I saw her sculling out of a bunker.
Like, if you're going to be the head of a league, you got to do the media appearance.
Yeah, exactly.
Rich Eisen's a nice guy.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was Dan Patrick, who's also...
Dan Patrick. Patrick,
yeah.
sorry.
And
I'm getting old men mixed up.
Yeah, I think he's an exceptionally nice guy. And I just don't understand. You can't face Dan Patrick. You shouldn't be in that job.
Exactly,
right?
yeah. He would have been nice, yeah.
Yeah. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. All-time boss. Hit us with that. We got a great progressive woman gone wild. Lindsey Graham. I mean, the attacks on the right and the attacks on the left are just ghoulish. Now wishing that Mitch McConnell dies. And I'm looking for more information around the whole second ICE shooting in a week, fatal shooting in a week. This one in Maine, which seems to show more clearly this ramming attempt. But local and state police, we know they won't help here, and they particularly won't help in Jersey. Well, when you won't help, that causes more difficulty. 855-839-1210.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days. But at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tea at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Weather is sponsored by Ashley Furniture.
Today is almost a carbon copy of yesterday with beautiful sunny skies and a high of 87, but the heat comes back tomorrow. We start another heat wave with a high of 93, 98 on Wednesday, 95 Thursday.
Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and we'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale, only at Ashley.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. All-time boss is what we are looking for today, the passing of George Steinbrenner. Lindsey Graham, again, the headline there, well, there are two. One, just the savagery, just the ghoulish. Even Anna Navarro lecturing today on The View about the attacks post his death, linking it, Mitch McConnell's got to die next, and of course, then Trump. But it's an indicator how they're seething, and they can't wait to come out en masse during the midterms. Several polymarts, though, making it, as I believe it is, an even horse race due to the advantage the Republicans have, net seats due to the Supreme Court ruling, and some of the other things that happen at the state level. They have a real shot. So is the issue we started talking about on Friday, Mike Johnson, a tell to continue to tie them to socialism, but even more important, don't just say socialism. That just doesn't seem to cut it. Communism, commies. And the indications are, come on, Mondani, his wife, any number of these candidates in New York, this idea that there's that much difference between the socialists and communists is faulty. So here's Matt Towery, one of the top pollsters, one of the guys that you see nationally on Fox. This is Cut 12, talking about what should be the Republican play in the midterms. What's the issue to lead with? He's saying essentially what I'm saying. Cut 12.
All right, Matt, do you believe the Republicans can simply run in opposition to this platform?
Well, I think that it is certainly going to be a new component of what the Republicans can do. You know, I've been saying all along that the fact that the Democrats, if they get in power, they would want to impeach Trump, and that's a major issue that the Republicans should be using. I never knew that they would be given this gift so quickly of socialism. And the problem with this for the Democrats, Laura, is this. If you look at a map of the country, Most of that country, if you just how people vote, red, blue, most of that country is red. Just small sections around the coastlines and certain areas where you have big counties and big cities, they're blue. And they are the ones that are embracing this socialist concept more than anyone else. It makes it almost impossible for the quote-unquote moderate Democrat, which really there isn't a moderate Democrat anymore, but the so-called progressive Democrat, to possibly contend with the fact that they have to embrace this crazy platform. And so I think the Republicans should put this platform to them, ought to run against them with it, and make them have to renounce it. I don't think they can do it. It's going to split the Democratic Party. It's really going to help the Republicans in the upcoming midterms.
Now, the platform he's talking about, the specifics are the Democrat Socialists. We talked about this bad look, half of them with masks on still. What's that about? It's about control, coercion, then deleting the photo. They held their annual convention. They want to get rid of everything, the executive branch, the Supreme Court. This is down on paper. And they want to just have Congress appoint and do everything. They see Congress is closer to the people, among other things. Get rid of the police, get rid of ICE, up and down the line. And any number of these Democrats that have won recently, they're directly in league with that, dozens of them. So he's right. This is the thing to run on. Now, I kind of like even upping it more. Maybe not in the hands of Trump. It's clumsy, some of his comments on it. But Johnson and others. I told you that tweet that started to drop last week from the speaker. The commies are within the gates. Now, the media, particularly CNN, they're going to poo-poo it. They're going to knock it down in that manner. We know that. But at least it's out there. It's debatable. People of a certain age, you're not going to reach with this. Most likely, you got to do other things. But it forces them to defend it or to stand with it and say, yeah, we're a big tent. We embrace what the Democrat socialists are saying. It's not just Bernie Sanders or one wacko here or there. It's any number of these people that are winning and running for Congress. And in Michigan, they're bringing into play the Senate because of the guy there who's lying about being a medical person, embraces all this. Then you throw in the anti-Semitism. But Republicans, there has to be more energy, more of a focus, more getting their ads up now rather than later if they're going to energize their base to come out and vote. And this is the type of thing that can do it. It's bold. Some people can laugh at it. Others are going to say that when they see the evidence, no, that's exactly what they're up to. We see it up and down the line. 855-839-1210. Side question, hit us with that all-time boss. We had a good one out of the box from Gary. Hit us with one right now. Over the weekend, Fox and also New York Post, a lot of evidence that China is deeply funding the Democrat socialist wave in U.S. politics. Now, first of all, it would be illegal, foreign involvement. But second, why would they do that? Well, they want to do it because it obviously spreads this notion, socialism good, what they have in communist China good. They want to push back against Republicans. They think that Democrats, if they win, will not be nearly as aggressive toward them as Republicans would be. It's an obvious thing, but watch for it. More and more on that is happening. And again, the pollster's right. This is the thing to run on. But I wouldn't stop with socialism. I would push forward a lot more. They're communist. And the evidence of that is look at their platform, look at their communist caucus inside the Democrat Socialist. Look at Karl Marx was a dashing young man. Just look at their convention. Why are half of them still masked up? This is the type of thing they're going to go with. This is the type of thing that they believe. All right, Jeff Van Drew is going to be here. We're seeing Pennsylvania win a lot of awards for their exhibit that they put up when Josh Shapiro said it couldn't be done. We're seeing Jersey win awards, and Jeff Van Drew was behind that. How does Josh Shapiro get away with it? All right, here's one other thing. The budget that was passed, part of the law there was to mandate a 30-minute-a-day recess, grades, I want to say pre-K or kindergarten, I guess K, kindergarten through fifth grade. we need a law to do that? Apparently. Now, wouldn't you think every school, why would they not be doing a recess? Well, their argument is, well, they're, you're hollering we're not proficient in reading. No, the reason they're not doing a recess is because they're fraudulent. They don't know what they're doing. And certainly they ought to have a recess. Everybody in the world knows that helps to make things more productive, better classroom, better exercise, the whole thing. How in the world do we get to a point where you got to make a law to say 30-minute recess? I don't know if they count going out, coming in, or do you actually have to be out there 30 minutes or not? 855-839-1210. You get a line. I would add the Dom amendment to that. 30-minute recess, but don't play any kickball. Stop it with the kickball. Learn how to catch a ball. Learn how to throw a football or shoot a basketball. Stop playing kickball. Is there another sport that you would, or
you're way off course on that,
a recess activity you would ban or emphasize?
No, kickball was the sport in grade school.
Absolutely.
I can't stand to see it. It's just foreign to me.
We had the perfect setup for it. Yeah, I mean, it was like an honor to play.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Go out there every day at recess, 45 minutes of just
kicking balls in someone's face.
Yeah.
It strikes me as too much like soccer. So I'm not sure even what they some of them actually bring in professionals rather than just letting kids play, which is better. You got to be able to set up your own games and play whatever you want. But 30-minute recess, at least. 855-839-1210. You get on board, jump in with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCulloughsAutoRepair.com.
Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit Edelman'sCoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,072.50.
Employee pricing isn't just for employees anymore. For limited time only this July, everyone saves at Closet Factory, Philadelphia. Schedule your free design consultation today at ClosetFactory.com. That's ClosetFactory.com.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
All right, what's the weather like out there?
It's hot, 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 real hot.
Can you tell me what it feels like?
Were you born on the sun? I said it's hot.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Is this how you're feeling right now? Well, don't let your house feel like a rainforest anymore. To keep your home cool, contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekans.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time at 855-839-1210. You get on board. So mandatory recess. This will be pretty interesting to see how it plays out. I'm just baffled by all this money that's involved, over $50 billion, and yet no one would come on last week to kind of preview it. But we'll talk with the head of the Senate about it. What did they decide with Josh Shapiro? No marijuana legalization, at least the recreational. All this so-called skill game stuff, and they feel they held the line, even though there's $900 million more dollars for the education systems to waste. On what? Well, just find the pianos. Let's start with that. But in the end, no school choice. Guy Shiraki reports all that stuff they were doing to steal scholarships from kids, though, none of it passed. It was just their way of rattling the cage. I'm surprised that it ended like this in a political year with Josh Shapiro, but that's where we are. But I do think the headline out there is this the Republican way to the midterms? DSA, Democrat Socialists, try to get people to see what they're really about. It's communism, whatever terms we go up and down the line. When you see half the room there still with the mask on, who would knowingly choose to go to a thing, that number of people wearing the mask? They like it. It's coercive. It's a badge of we're in on this. Government control. Could all of them have had experience with COVID recently? They'd be wearing the mask? And then they deleted the photo. Somebody said, nah. You know what they're going to do in talk radio? They're going to show us with these masks on. Let's get rid of that photo. I would like to get the head of the DSA. She was on Fox and Friends this morning. She wouldn't say whether she's for open borders. She is. Against deportations. Yeah, she's against them. But she did talk about their platform, which is pure up and down the line communism. Continue to call it communism. Socialism just doesn't ring the bell anymore. They're not quite afraid of it. They'll even say Democrat Socialist, that's the party, and they're taking over the Democrat Party. Let's go to Robert in Bensalem. Robert's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Tom Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today. I love these conversations about the difference between socialism and capitalism. They asked Ayn Rand one time what the difference between the two was, and she said that communism is usually imposed by the bullet, while socialism is often imposed by the ballot. So the question should be, what's the difference between being murdered and committing suicide? Okay? Now, it's communism until it gets to a country where people have to vote on it. Then it becomes socialism, okay? If they don't need the people's vote, they use their guns and impose socialism. But if they live in a country like America, they need to trick people into going for what they're proposing, and so they call it socialism. They also call themselves progressives. There's nothing progressive about socialism, though they also call themselves liberal. There is nothing liberal about today's left. They often say that they care about minorities, which is a lie, because the smallest minority on the face of the planet is the individual, and the left doesn't care one whit about individual rights.
Well put.
Do you think that's a proper breakdown?
Yeah, I love what you said about socialism and communism, because I looked at it again over the weekend. I can't nuance it. It is just a subterfuge. And they have the Commie Caucus inside their own group, which is their largest caucus. Robert, imagine going to a seminar. I have to get tape of this, moving heaven and earth, about how Marx was a dashing young man. Marx
never worked a day in his life. He was the ideal communist.
Yeah.
I mean, he lived on the rich people who were like the people that live in our suburbs that think it's a cute idea and it won't affect them, so let's, do something avant-garde or something. It's kind of a sickness, Tom. But I don't want to spend too much time because I know you're going to have a lot of callers. I'm going to go with a boss that I've never heard before. I'm going to go with J. Jonah Jameson. Not only was he a cantankerous, obstinate older guy, he also employed Peter Parker while absolutely despising Peter Parker's alter ego. So he's tasking Peter Parker to get the goods on Superman, not knowing, or Spider-Man, not knowing that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. But he did have a good sense of humor, and I'll leave it there, and you guys have a great day, Dom. Thank you much.
Interesting, boss. All right. All-time boss. All right, you got to be him. You have something else there?
No, I just love
Peter Parker picked a pick of peppers.
No, just the J. Jonah Jameson played by J.K. Simmons in those OG Spider-Man movies, just all time. Such a good acting performance.
All right, so Steinbrenner passes away on this day. I mean, among other things, yes, of course, Springsteen, somebody called him the boss. When I think of the boss, he's one of the first 3 or 4, and that's why they didn't show any picture of him or whatever. They just had that silhouette of Steinbrenner. I guess Larry David was probably doing it. The silhouette in the hallway is more powerful even than when he's behind the desk. Then he's kind of like flawed and minuscule.
Right, that's when George is doing the opposite, right?
Yeah,
like,
hire that man.
Hire
That one,
this man.
that's Steinbrenner. So we're looking for all-time bosses. 855-839-1210. 1 in 4 Americans think they could score a penalty kick against a World Cup goalie.
I know I can't. I suck at that.
I think I might be in that camp.
Okay. Only 1 out of 4. I thought more would say that. And 26% have skipped work for a World Cup game.
Why?
I mean, you're
wouldn't?
you're fired.
No.
You're fired right there. If you skipped it because it's the NCAA first tournament, basketball tournament day, all right. But
I
World
almost
Cup
skipped
day.
one of these days to go one of those games if the ticket price would have lowered a little bit. But
all right, Greg Stocker has that in the small print. No World Cup skipping. Okay, it's 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Tomorrow, in fact, we're hearing glowing reviews. We'll be at the All-Star Village tomorrow. I see them discussing in the hallway because I was ready to say, if they ever tell us how to get in there. Now I see all the hand gestures. Walter Koskis saying, well, here's the credential. Frank Canal is saying, I don't know. Dom may not want that credential.
Do you see the size of the credentials?
Yeah, no.
They're massive.
They're massive.
I'll bring it in here. They're more. I love the lanterns. I love guys walking around, but I want one of those lanterns with like 18 things on it. This means I can park my car right here, buddy. Okay. All right, we'll have the lantern. YouTube.com/1210 coming up. Hit us with that all-time boss. And Robert, that was brilliant. I don't see much difference, if any, between socialism and communism. The principle's the same. Communism seems worse, more violent ultimately. But the way you put it, look, you can't say communism. Or can you? Here's an interest. Can you today, the level of education, et cetera? In other words, we know that socialism seems novel. What's the big deal about that? How about communism? You're a commie. Yes. Oh, that sounds nice. 855-839-1210.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a Platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Join WPHT and Nick Hale in supporting the 39th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour, Sunday, July 26th. Ride 10, 30 miles, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's Bend, the number 2, shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for the families of fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
First Harvest Credit Union celebrates the nation's 250th birthday with community, progress, and financial freedom. We're here to help your money grow. Earn 3.75% annual percentage yield on a 15-month share or IRA certificate, or choose our 18-month option and earn 3.6% annual percentage yield. Discover more options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. It's funny how these things work out. YouTube.com/1210. This is, couldn't we get something bigger?
I know, right? It's
Lantern
Olympic size.
tomorrow, and I think we enter at Broad and Arch, which is a funny entrance for the All-Star Village.
Do we now?
That's what I was told. Yeah, either that or use the loading dock. You had to come in through the back here. We'll be there tomorrow. We got a great side question already posed for that.
Nice.
And some of the hardest interviews to get in the world, you should, I don't know how, I couldn't do it every day. We can bring you national people, but getting anybody in the field of sports, like, oh my God. It's just stunning how difficult that usually is.
We're working on it, though.
Yeah. But I have over the years, I once sat in Raul Ibanez's chair, and the interviewer wouldn't talk to me till I got out of the chair in the Phillies clubhouse. I didn't know it was Raul's chair. Suppose Raul came in. The chair might be mussed up. Well, when you do an interview, you're sitting down talking to the person. That was the chair next to it. Okay. So be on the lookout for that tomorrow. The All-Star Village apparently is wildly popular. It is a big deal, and the Home Run Derby might even be bigger. 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210. A quick question. I just saw on Twitter the passing of the former president and CEO, I think at the very beginning, maybe, of Wawa, which started out, in Delaware County? I guess that still would be Delaware County, where they're. Are we seeing kind of I wouldn't say a disrespect of Wawa, but I think Wawa, what they still do for the city of Philadelphia, what they put out every day, just the whole thing, it's storied. Are people a little bit more tepid about Wawa now? Now, it's fun to attack them for the pizza thing. Come on, that's an overreach. Somehow or another, it stuck. And if it didn't stick, I don't think they'd be making pizza at Wawa. I don't know I've never met anyone who's bought pizza at Wawa. You got to be pretty desperate. Like, well, I drove past 54 pizza shops, but I thought I would try the Wawa pizza. It's hard to believe. Is it people think Sheetz is superior? Is it that they think they're expanding too much nationwide? I think Wawa is kind of like it always was. It is unbelievably efficient for convenience, the things that people in the Philadelphia area want. Their sandwiches are routinely well done. Yeah, the ones I get, I don't see any
I miss the
downside.
bread in-house. I'll say
Oh,
that
okay.
much, yeah.
All right. So a slight taste difference. But, there have been articles written about how many people they employ, how much product, mentioning bread, across the Delaware Valley. So are people a bit off, though? And I don't know what they're going to do next year, whether they'll help the city of Philadelphia, because they've been kind of disrespected around the Wawa Day and the 4th of July stuff. I just think the fact that they've moved out of Center City locations is more than justified. They gave it forever with shoplifting, et cetera, and not being able to do anything about it. So I think they're still a staple when you think of who's their rival here in the Philadelphia area. 855-839-1210. All right, one thing I put up on Twitter over the weekend, this is Cut 5. We'll play a little bit of it. Here's Mick Jagger, of all people, talking about, the Stones. I put up on Twitter another reason why the Stones are superior to the Beatles. Come on. The Beatles are always going to be more, not just famous, stations. I'm not sure if they still do, but I know at times that played nothing but Beatles music. Nobody did that with the Stones. But as far as a band, as far as actual rock and roll band, they're the better. Their longevity, despite however they get to it, is legendary. I don't know, though, is Jagger a bigger figure than Paul McCartney?
No.
He's not as big of a figure as Lennon due to the assassination and everything else, I think. But as far as performer, et cetera, how can you match them? So they're the second rate. But listen to Jagger talking about what Springsteen does with the lecturing. Here's Mick Jagger.
And my question is to do with sort of how you understand your relationship with your audience. This actually maybe speaks to the politics stuff in a way too, because and let me give two counterexamples to sort of triangulate the question. Okay. So on one poll, we have somebody like Bob Dylan, where if you go see him live, he's great. It almost feels like the crowd is incidental. Like he's going to be doing whatever he's doing, whether or not people showed up or not. On the other end of the spectrum, you have somebody like a Bruce Springsteen, who clearly sees his job as engaging in a meaningful back and forth with his audience. It means something different to him. Yeah. What does your relationship to the audience mean to you? What do they represent, all those people out there?
Well, first of all, it depends where you are and what kind of event it is. Like the New Orleans event. That's a festival. They didn't come to see you necessarily. You know, they bought their tickets before they knew you were coming.
Right. If you play the New Orleans Jazz Festival.
You know, we played that. Then we do Summer in the Park in London. You buy those tickets. Glastonbury. You buy those tickets because you like that festival. You always think something's good's going to happen, but you don't know. So they're not necessarily coming to see, they're not your biggest fans necessarily. I'm not saying that they hate you, otherwise they probably wouldn't be there. There's different levels of these kind of people, and you have to treat them in a slightly different way. The bottom line of my thing is that my job in the live music world is just those people that come is to have the best time they possibly can, and for 2 hours or whatever it is, to forget all their problems and the problems of the world and their mortgages and their whatever, and if they have problems, or just to give them, they can have just the best time. It's similar going to a sports event, really, because you everything else is shut out. You're just watching who's going to win. You know, you're not worrying about everything else. You know, those things are out of your mind. I know you're still you're on the phone and everything. Little Danny has hurt his tooth. But I know you can still have that. But I know you can still have that. But in the old days, you never had that really. So that's my job. So is to make them have the best time they possibly have. And some audiences want to go completely nuts, And then you encourage them to go more nuts, and say you can play to some places in the world. It's different, You play in Finland, it's not the same as playing in Argentina. There's a different. They don't want to go completely so nuts. Maybe they do. I'm just using it as possibles. But so you don't want to be trying to churn them up into get frustrated that they're not being demonstrative, or you don't think they're having a good time, because they might be quite relatively calm. They might be relatively, they're having a good time. But in there, I always say to everyone else, they're having a good time.
We got the gist of it. So this is all about with Springsteen here and the lecturing and going down that path versus how they see the world and what they think they should be doing. And I think more and more people are going the Springsteen way. They want that. I'm not sure if it's just Springsteen, but they seem to want it from performers, as long as it's anti-Trump, versus somebody just seeing it the way Jagger sees it. All right, it's 855-839-1210. You get a line. Hit us with that all-time boss. I'm looking at a little bit more of Lindsey Graham. Look, Putin is stone cold evil. This stuff over the weekend of poisoning the food when they were in Ukraine. Yeah, anything is doable. You want to give a look at it due to obvious how much he was involving keeping Ukraine going. Okay. But starting to suggest conspiracies and going down that path is ludicrous versus where we are with this. I mean, the medical reports kind of bear it out. The legacy of Lindsey Graham is the legacy of these forever wars. He was one of the architects of constant intervention. Aside from his everyday politics, a lot of people liked him inside these circles. That's what he was about. Think John McCain, his best friend. That's what they were about. I don't think the Republican Party, thank God, is going to see more of these neocons, that you're going to see the rise of them again. There are very few of them that absolutely have any kind of control or power at this point. And Trump, of all people, though, has landed into kind of a jackpot, given where we still are with Iran. I mean, Dr. Coates on Friday was great, but we still don't have control of the Strait of Hormuz, don't know how we're going to get it. And this is all bleeding into the midterms. We're not going to see fuel prices come down tremendously until we can get out of this. And then we're still going to see the slow walking by any number of these gas stations or oil companies, independent or not, They just have us, and they want to play this fiction that they're representing the marketplace. All right, let me go to Lance in South Philly. And Lance, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance, welcome in.
How you doing, Dom?
Good.
I tell you, I'll get right to it. I could go on and on and on, but I'll get right to it. I know a lot of people want to call. It's Blofeld for me from James Bond. And, he has three names. That makes him even a more horrible boss. Ernst, Stavro, Blofeld. But Dom, I don't mind getting belittled by my boss. But I'll be damned if I'm going to get belittled by my boss while he strokes a cat on his lap. I'm not going for it.
What the heck?
That's when all the South Philly comes out of me.
Yes.
You're not going to stroke a cat on your lap and belittle me at the same time.
That is a non-negotiable. We got to get unions on that.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Lance. Always a brilliant call. All right. Yeah, well, that's a rule to live by.
I don't think I'd want to work in the first place. If they're doing the hiring process, and this guy's interviewing with the cat on his lap, it's like...
Yeah, some of these people do it. Former DA in Philadelphia apparently had a number of cats running around the office.
Man,
that would be a
gross.
little bit disconcerting, yeah. Get off those death penalty cases over there. 855-839-1210. You can find a line. So we will talk to see what this grand bargain was with the president of the Senate, Kim Ward, at 2:30 today. Again, they claim they're holding the line on Shapiro, I guess, sort of what he wanted versus what they got. But no movement on school choice. How could we have no movement on school choice? And I know Kim Ward is a big school choice proponent. Well, Democrats won't go for it. Realize the rest of the country is involved in this battle. We're up to about 34, 35 states that have already signed off on school choice, the big, beautiful bill money. What goes on here in Pennsylvania? How is this not a winning issue? Well, they have control of the House by one vote. So was this a good compromise? That's the issue for me. I don't see what they did. And I know that she's a big school choice proponent. Why is that so hard to do? Now, they're starting to write national pieces about Shapiro. Axios wrote this piece saying how you can't tell if he's a progressive or not. And they call him a school choice advocate. This guy is standing in the schoolhouse door. This guy is a miserable, ruthless opponent of school choice. He said he was, and then he knocked it out of the budget. It's a ridiculous situation. All right, so 855-839-1210. Grab a line. Hit us with that all-time boss.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I'm not voting for the character or the integrity or whatever he may lack. I want closed borders. I want a good economy. I want low crime. I want free speech. Everything that the MAGA platform is, that's what I want for this country. If a politician is your role model and idol, you're probably looking down the wrong avenue, right? Athletes, politicians, entertainers. I tell my daughters, Taylor Swift's not your role model. Your parents should be your role model.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Mick Jagger, different Springsteen. Springsteen might be winning, though. People want politics, seemingly. For now, let's see when Trump's not president, what do they do? I think, depending, Springsteen's the only one on this major of a scale constantly.
Yeah, I don't think people want politics. I think his fans want politics.
Okay, I see quite a number of others, though, not to the level of Springsteen, are engaging.
Sure, I mean, someone might shout something out at a concert. I mean, we
Yeah.
see those clips that pop up every once in a while, but I don't think they're going to their concert to overtly be like, support this, like Bruce is.
If it's Planned Parenthood or something like that, we have the one woman now telling you up front when you buy a ticket, percentage going to Planned Parenthood.
Oh.
That's a pretty direct.
I don't even, who was that?
Olivia Rodrigo.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Geez.
Yeah. I saw that. That's unusual. I haven't quite seen it that blatant. That's one I think you can get away with, or I think it helps.
When you're like 20, 21, I think it's something.
Yeah.
But as you get older, maybe not.
Probably. Okay. The firefighters union. Interesting thing with baseball in town. Last time in 30 years. Firefighters union, I like their head guy. If he listens sometimes, he's called in, is upset because the firefighters in Philadelphia are not being paid in the manner of the police or the benefits. In other words, their contract is not similar. And in previous years, it was. There's a degree of parity. And I think we've come a long way to recognize, look, nobody's going to tell you being a cop in Philadelphia with Krasner, et cetera, is not one of the hardest jobs in the world. But firefighters and what they do, maybe post 9/11, after we saw what they were going through with the towers, et cetera, have gained in esteem and our sense of how difficult and hazardous. I'm sure there's a lot of sitting around time or maintenance time, and then they get called to a situation that could be desperate and deadly. So the firefighters have put up on their social media, based upon statistics, telling people coming here for the All-Star weekend, they have red dots and yellow dots. The yellow dots on this map, 259 non-fatal shootings. Red dots, 71 fatal shootings. This is a real map of shooting victims in Philadelphia in 2026. It's a real map showing Philadelphia. And it's done by the firefighters. It says visitors to Philadelphia for the MLB All-Star Game, please avoid the colored areas on the map. It's not so safe, clean, or green. As you might have heard, be careful. Your life could be in danger. Now, people are going, wow, look, we got all these people. First of all, I don't know how many, well, maybe it got, maybe more people shared it, whatever it might be. I'm not sure how many people coming to town from out of town. I'm sure there's a number for the All-Star thing. There's a lot of people that put it on, a lot of stuff. But are they consulting their sense of Philadelphia? What are we supposed to tell them? The Krasner line, that Philadelphia is safe? Oh, you can go anywhere in Philadelphia. All right, well, these dots indicate, even now and historically, and I would tell them where not to go, and it would be quite a swath of Philadelphia, where I would tell you, yeah, you got to be kidding me. It would be you got to be kidding me zone. Topped by the redder zone would be run for your life. If you're kidnapped in there, just run in any direction. Get out of there. Not only are you not safe, anything could happen at any second. It's beyond ridiculous. Mm-hmm. So the firefighters, they're being accused of being out of line because this is a big event. And notice the shot at Sherelle Parker because they didn't get what they want with the police. I'm not sure why they didn't get what they think is parity along those lines. And printing this up, in other words, we're always accused. Here's a broader point. I've been accused of it. You may have been accused of it. Well, why can't we just get behind Philadelphia? We can't get behind Philadelphia because of Krasner, because of the fraudulent schools, because of the city council, which marries buffoonery with malevolence. I mean, look at Almonte McCauley, how they've dealt with him from 2 minutes to 1 minute. We can't get behind Philadelphia because the only thing standing between it and being even worse is that Sherelle Parker, in some ways, has been relatively calm on the ICE thing, on the Trump thing, versus if Helen Gim had won. But if Helen Gim had won and she stood a reasonable chance, Rebecca Reinhardt took away some of her vote. She came in, I guess, third behind Gim, or did Gim come in third? But it was Gim and her vision of Philadelphia, and Sherelle Parker, a more liberal / progressive, but not hardcore, that won. So the reason why I don't begrudge the fire department doing this is A, they're accurate. This is where you're not safe. Would Philadelphia like to tell us you're safe? These dots in various places in North Philly, West Philly. You want to go to K&A, you want to go near the drug trafficking, even though they've made progress on that, we've talked about it. So the firefighters are bad guys because they're using this. How dare you do it when the city is putting on its best face for the All-Star game and all that. And if I hear the wonderful stuff one more time by the Inquirer with the whole soccer thing, I'm glad they like ranch dressing. I'm glad Lemon Hill and the Fan Fest. It was a master stroke.
I'll be there tonight.
Okay. I saw their prefabricated thing they put up when they were putting it up every day coming down the drive. And it was a low-cost, efficient operation that put up this fan zone there that worked tremendously. Kudos to them. But I saw also the passing of Richard Glanton, big-time lawyer in Philadelphia, just recently. And Glanton was the head of the Barnes Foundation. Now, the Barnes Foundation is world-famous art. The collection of Barnes, this really offbeat kind of guy, was worth billions and billions of dollars. They didn't like it where it was being kept. And through various, shall we say, outright thievery, they put it on the Parkway under the argument. They broke his will, in other words, of where he wanted it. They just broke the will. Well, it's more valuable there. And it is more valuable there, but do you break a guy's will to do that? My point is, no, we're not going to put on the pom-poms for Philadelphia. We are in warfare with these big cities nationwide. Mondani in New York. Look at the woman in Seattle. L.A., look at Karen Bass. The city burns down. She won't come back from Ghana. The worst, Chicago. Just look at the mayor of Chicago. And you could take any one of them. Washington, the mayor has played ball with Trump. Now there's a new mayor that's not going to do that. Baltimore is another crazy mayor. Every one of them up and down the line. And they want to tell you about all these festivals, all these great things they have, because they're big cities. They ought to be having them. And having the All-Star game here is a coup. The home run derby, it's all a big thing, and they've done it pretty well. But I don't know that America 250 was done well, because I don't think they believe in that part of it. So why in the world would we be attacking the firefighters union? They didn't get what they view as parity with the police. So they're telling people, yo. Now, you could say, well, don't people know that? I don't know. Someone coming here from Peoria, they might say, North Philly. Oh, it's on my map here. Eat at Joe's in North Philly. And it's like at 19th and Norris or something. And you look at them, should I go there? You kidding me?
Shoot them a look.
Yeah, exactly. So, again, all these touters, they are not going to go there. They're going to live in areas that are relatively insulated. You think of the Mount Airy crowd, think of the Chestnut Hill and all that stuff. They are not going to be boots on the ground there. So is it a bit startling to see the firefighters put up a map and essentially say, yo, these are fatal shootings right there. Don't go to these places. And it's a pretty big swath. And you're starting to see lower northeast Philadelphia, not upper, but lower, a lot there. You don't see as many in Center City. Isn't that the advice that you would give someone coming from out of town going to Philadelphia? Where would you tell them to stay? You might even tell them, no, don't go to Philadelphia. It's hostile. Not as bad as New York as far as cost and parking and everything else. But you may not want to go there. Do we always have to just point out, oh, isn't this wonderful? And I mentioned what they did with the soccer thing was brilliant. You're over there on the drive. You could see it. It only took a couple days to put up, take a couple days to take down. And it really was at an epicenter that drew people, big screen and all that. They have bikes there. They don't let you leave anyone off there, keep traffic moving. They've done a good job, but I'm going to say it when they do. But the idea that the firefighters shouldn't tell people, hey, this is where you're likely to get shot. I think they're resentful, and I understand it. They didn't get any degree of parity. Should they be on parity with the cops? Yeah, I think they should be. Police work, given Krasner, you could argue is more difficult. But what you have to do, given the antiquated housing and all that in Philadelphia, to be a firefighter, I think is pretty hazardous. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. We got a great progressive woman gone wild a little bit later in the show, but your calls are next. Hit us with an all-time boss, real or fictional. Do not wait to the end of the 2 o'clock hour. We have the president of Pennsylvania Senate coming on, and I'm going to ask, well, what happened with school choice? I mean, you have an issue that's 80-20. Why is it so hard to get this over the finish line? The teachers union, they are the enemy. And their power, and this Matt Bradford coward guy out in the suburbs calls their tune. It didn't even come up. They're kind of saying they're lucky that they didn't take away the scholarship money that's already there. 855-839-1210.
With the world's biggest soccer tournament here in Philadelphia, restaurants all over the Delaware Valley are preparing for generational games and generational crowds. We're welcoming visitors from all over the world. And if you're a restaurant owner, you know the next few weeks will be the most challenging and most rewarding of the year. So if you're worried that your point of sale won't stand up to the task, you need to talk to our friends at PDQ POS. Make sure your system is ready. Get a free demo at PDQPOS.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at progressive.com. Weather is sponsored by Ashley Furniture.
Today is almost a carbon copy of yesterday with beautiful sunny skies and a high of 87, but the heat comes back tomorrow. We start another heat wave with a high of 93, 98 on Wednesday, 95 Thursday.
Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and we'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale, only at Ashley.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. Monitoring this on Twitter. Another ICE shooting, this time in Maine, fatal shooting today. Representative LaMonica McIver, she's the one that stormed Delaney Hall, you may remember. It's been less than a week since ICE killed someone in the street in Houston. These are not coincidences. This is a pattern. These killings are a result of cruel leadership with zero accountability. Investigate this tragedy and abolish ICE now. Well, the one part that's true there, this is sadly the second fatal shooting in a week, and you're going to see that play out over the next bunch of news cycles. But I think Tom Homan has done a good job of getting ICE out of the way of what we saw playing out in Minnesota with crowds, et cetera. But I wonder, in Maine, principally, given the politics there, did they have any backup of local state police? If so, why not? And again, that complicates ICE's mission when there's a lot going on. This was another example of someone trying to ram an ICE agent that was shot. The other one in Texas, under investigation. Homan says they'll pursue it through the right legal channels. And I have a lot of confidence in Homan versus Christine Ohm and Bovino. And this is always going to be a difficult situation given the fact the Biden years, we were overrun, and now we have a great deal of difficulty. I'm looking also at the Democrat Socialist group. Up to, on paper at least, they've gone in just the last couple of years from 20,000 members to 120,000. So they hold their convention in Denver, and more than half of them in a picture they posted are wearing masks, COVID masks. And then one of the smarter DSA people decided, yeah, I know what they're going to be saying. They deleted the picture. this coming out of the weekend after their proposal, and this is what Democrats should be asked. All right, are you on board with this? Everything reverts to Congress. They get rid of the executive. They get rid of the Supreme Court. Open borders, no deportation, any number of things up and down the line. And we've seen now the NEA over the last couple of days, National Education Association, sign off on this. By the way, we told you about a week, well, the NEA did it. The AFT, the Randy Weingarten. They want to join with the other teachers union. The mission this year is to have a national march on Washington before the midterms, calling to remove Trump, et cetera. Democrats and Republicans ought to fund that in any way that they can. Let's get thousands of these teacher types, bringing the kids out there. And then let's see what the backlash is right before the midterms to call for this. They are showing how far they've gone. They're the enemies. As I said, take a look at this big budget. We're spending over $50 billion, close to $51 billion now in Pennsylvania over the weekend. And yet there's no reform moving toward school choice. It's an obvious thing that's going on here. Why? This is what Democrats, this is where they're going to move. This is where they're going to go. These are the stakes for the midterms. All right, let me go to Bo in Levittown. All-time bosses, what we're looking for. Hey, Bo, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. Interesting tidbit on George Steinbrenner, Dom, was when he passed away in 2010, there was a temporary lapse in the federal estate tax. It's estimated that it saved his heirs over $300 million. And because of that, a lot of conspiracy theories came out onto the timing of his death. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, yeah. Well, I remember these billionaires saying they're going to try to live to a certain point until a Republican is in there. But the thing that you're talking about, that trigger, so they can't chase you in death when you can't defend yourself. I love it. Yes.
It was great. But my all-time boss, and I happen to enjoy all Philly sports teams, and it was a great year back in '08. And he's a guy I think I would invite over to my pool and barbecue some ribs and have some cold beers with, is Charlie Manuel. Seemed to be a really good guy. And
absolutely. I think he's going to be over at the where we're going to be tomorrow.
He's scheduled to be there, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll have to bird dog that, Kirk. If I see him walking by, we just jump up with the microphone. I'll sit down here,
Right.
Charlie.
Grab him.
We did a show with him, Bo, and the first one we did, Chops at Liberty Place, there were 1,000 people standing there for him. It was unbelievable.
I remember that. I remember listening to that.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. And all time, I don't know if I can get a side out of it. All time, I can't believe I did this. The first half hour of one show was, it was Kissinger first. Kissinger had a 1,000-page book on China. Listening to him with the accent, he's brilliant, was impenetrable.
Oh, yeah.
Followed by Charlie Manuel and the accent, right after a 3-minute station break, talking baseball after the China book.
Whoa.
I would have loved to have them on the dais together. Oh, my God. It just, what a talk radio day. 1,000 pages on China, followed by Charlie Manuel, who played, I think I asked him about it. He said, well, I don't know anything. I played in Japan. So that's
Chuck Manuel.
Yeah, exactly. No, he is, and particularly, when he knows a great hitter and knows it's psychological, he's probably giving them a tip or two, but he's just trying to trigger their inner hitter in them when they bring him in to work with somebody. I don't think he's getting all technical. I can't imagine Charlie Manuel.
No, he's old school.
Yeah, but he knows hitting, and he knows a great hitter when he sees one, and hopefully how to unlock them. So tomorrow, we're going to try our hardest to have some of these people in town. We'll be at the All-Star Village. And from what I've heard, if you've been there, you can call in. I've heard over the weekend, WIP and some others, they raved about how much stuff is there. And I think it's there. I don't know until what time tomorrow night with the All-Star game on
6.
Tuesday. 6? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be there until 6. So you still have today. And I think they're there to 8 tonight, probably.
6, I think. from what
Only
I've
6
seen.
tonight?
I think
okay.
so. I'll
and then,
check.
and then tomorrow it'll be more limited with this going on. Are the firefighters out of line? I love the guy that heads their union, at least he used to. Putting up a map showing where you might be likely killed in Philadelphia. Let's face it. Don't go there as people come to town for the All-Star game. You're not supposed to say that. So, well, it just occurred to me. Here's a case, and it's mad. Sergeant Mark Vicetta has been on this second to none. And when it breaks a little bit more, we'll ask him to come on. We have this, Gary Heidnick Part 2 over on Chew Avenue in Lower Albany, I'd call it, where the people involved with that house, male and female, got into a fight at the Liberty Bell or around there. Police see it. They take them both in. Just looking at the two of them, they're thinking, oh, man, anything's possible. Now they trace them back to this. Allegedly, it was a meth lab. And then allegedly, they're finding what they think is a lot of human blood. And I know the FBI is involved now in excavating. So the argument was, and several people made it, several people told me, and I buy into it, no, they weren't going to do anything with this while the World Cup was here or July 4th or America 250. It would look bad. All right, I get you don't want to rain on a parade of something this big. But you cannot hold up police work. And you ask yourself, how could something like this, how did Heidnick happen? How did the other guy who killed 7 happen? And the answer is, in some of these neighborhoods, so much stuff is going on. Police are so limited by various restrictions, et cetera. Here's a case in point. The only way they ever got to the abortion house of horrors, it was internationally infamous, was because of the drug trail. That's how detectives broke that. Otherwise, the horrors that were going on there would have continued. Now, why is that? Well, you're dealing with a situation where police are dealing with horrors every day. And to break these things, it becomes, happenstance. That's the only way they broke it. Just one of the most horrific crimes we've ever seen in Philadelphia. Heidnick, the same thing. Marshall Street. This one, I feel, from what I'm told, there's evidence here that people were murdered. We'll see. I know the FBI is involved now. But again, it comes back to what I told you with the firefighters. Yeah, we want to have Philadelphia succeed. All-star game here, home run derby here. I think the home run derby is a bigger event than the all-star game by far now. It just strikes me.
I would think so.
I mean, it's just,
It's just because the all-star game doesn't mean as much anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And this is a huge deal. You can take a look at the ticket prices are ungodly. And with the All-Star game, it's not a game. There's not meaning to it. We see these guys now. In the past, 30 years ago, you didn't see them. It's like, wow, we're going to see this guy tonight.
Yeah, I wouldn't even go that far. I'd say as a kid, it's like it was a treat, seeing which, division you were going to play one time that year. And then,
exactly.
Maybe you see him in the All-Star game and in the World Series, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, the game of the week used to be once a week on a Saturday or something. That was it. Now it's a proliferation, which is good, but also it cheapens it a little bit. All right, we have an unbelievable progressive woman gone wild, an actress, talking about the death of Lindsey Graham in relationship to, it comes in threes. Here we go. Mitch McConnell. And how did Trump get in there suddenly? Well, we'll play that for you and your calls on this. All-time boss, good, bad, or indifferent, real or fictional, 855-839-1210. Let's talk for a moment, though. If you want to get ready to unwrap your best health during the Rescue Natural Supplements Christmas in July sale event. That's with savings up to 73% off. That's right, the season of giving is making a huge summertime comeback with site-wide slash pricing on over 50 research-backed formulas crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. From high-intensity omega-3s and doctor-recommended cholesterol balance to mobility, gut health, and even advanced cognitive support. Well, now's the perfect time to take advantage of serious discounts and discover why thousands have trusted Rescue's quality and value, going on now 40 years. So celebrate Christmas in July. Sale prices save up to 73% off for a limited time. Ordering is easy. Go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. You won't regret giving yourself the gift of finally feeling your best. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online, res-q.com, up to 73% off today.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com wants to save you money at the pump this month with a brand new gas-sipping Kia. Get up to 53 miles per gallon on our huge selection of K4s, K5s, Seltos, Sportage hybrids, Sorrentos, and more. And with MSRP starting under $25,000, anyone can afford to start saving money at the pump today. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com. Again, that's KiaofCherryHill.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Free speech lives here. The Dom Giordano program. On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Could this year get any worse?
Dom Giordano presents... Progressive women.
Your words are garbage, and you're a bad person at this point.
Gone wild.
All right, it always comes out, and they're trying the old deaths of three. Look, I get Mitch McConnell not doing so well, but then they bank shot in the Trump, Dom Giordano show. Here's actress Margaret Cho talking about the death of Lindsey Graham and then laughing and suggesting, well, who's next?
Bye, Lindsey. Bye, Lindsey Graham. From the closet to the coffin. Real seamless. Real seamless. Also, yeah, Mitch McConnell. So it's Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham. It does happen in threes. Hope.
All right, they hope at the end. And we know who she's talking about in the third. The dog is a nice touch. Maybe the dog ought to be the sidekick for Jennifer Welch.
Yeah, the dog going, please, don't be cringe. Don't,
there you go.
Don't post this online. You haven't worked in a very long time.
That's true, too, yes.
I've never heard of this person. I had to look her up.
Yeah, I think she had a TV show.
She did.
She's a comedian. Yes, yeah.
Briefly. It was
briefly. Yeah, but, I mean, again, this is where it goes. And I understand... in the big legs with Trump and all. But Lindsey Graham here's Hassan Piker also telling us, imagine this guy telling us what he thinks about Lindsey Graham. Cut 8.
I'll start off by saying Lindsey Graham, in a long list of demonic entities, was exceptionally bloodthirsty. A bloodthirsty, odious monster who loved war. There was never a war that Lindsey Graham did not fall in love with. Mr. Ladybug himself. And the ultimate irony of the situation is that he achieved him and his best friend John McCain's dream of bombing Iran. He finally got to do it. And yet, the only thing he saw in the aftermath of achieving his dream, suffering from his success, was the spectacular failure it turned into in his final days. He watched the United States' century of force projection capabilities collapse.
All right. Now, with Lindsey, I'm sorry, Hassan. Is that Chris Rabb in the background getting your
He's taking
coffee?
some very dramatic pauses for effect.
Yeah, it's very. Oh, man, no wonder why this guy has such a following. All that pausing. There's more. I'm sorry. No?
Rest easy, Ladybug.
To Ladybug.
Till the bitter end. You died doing what you loved. Advancing the interests of American empire. A fierce defender of the genocide in Gaza. Lindsey Graham never met a baby in the third world he did not want to evaporate with American munitions.
Okay. So would Hassan Piker then logically have to say that Trump's stance, other than where we are at this point, being the first time he ran, no forever wars, staying out of this stuff, there might have to be kudos on that as different. There would not be, though. Trump's still drawn into this. And Lindsey Graham, that is true, is the flaw. McCain, Lindsey Graham, the Cheneys. And that's one of the things I was shocked when it happened. It looks now like, oh, yeah. But when Trump tapped into that the first time around, Americans are tired of this, from the Bushes, the Cheneys, the McCains, the Lindsey Graham. I never thought that would succeed. All right, coming up, Jeff Van Drew. And Jeff Van Drew, I think, has been on that same track. Let's stay out of these situations, if at all possible. New Jersey also won an award for their exhibit, the New Jersey exhibit, as did Pennsylvania, even though both governors of both states said, drop dead, we're not doing it. We'll check in with Jeff Van Drew and more of your calls. All-time bosses on Talk Radio 1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. It's the freedom to petition, pray, and peacefully assemble. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit the latest exhibit, The Forgotten Freedom, American Assembly at 250. To learn more, visit libertymuseum.org. That's libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty, tested, shaped, and lived.
While the sun's out and the summer's in full swing, Kitchen Magic wants to help you fall back in love with your kitchen. We've been a family-owned business right here in Nazareth since 1979. And for over 45 years, quality and craftsmanship have been our promise. This summer only, 40% off installation with flexible financing options for every budget. Don't wait for someday. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's build something beautiful together.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. As expected, we're seeing quite a bit of unrest in Maine after another fatal shooting there. Some characterizing it, they're swarming Senator Collins' main office, trying to overthrow that after that shooting. And what's going to happen in Maine is, since this shooting happened there, you're going to see them, when these activists meet, democracy, right? When they meet, they're going to have to come up with whoever the closest to Plattner is. I'm not sure if it's the lager guy who may have thrown a bottle. Maybe it'll have a bottle throwing at women contest. But you're going to see that happen. This will trigger it. Second in a week. And again, this case seems to be pretty clear. A guy trying to ram an ICE agent. Not sure of the state and local police. Given the climate in Maine, who knew how radical they are? I don't know that they had cooperation with them, and that's always a bad thing. But I'm looking at the footage as they're storming Susan Collins' office, among others, and you're seeing as much, if not more, of a reaction than what happened in Texas. And again, Tom Homan got a handle on this. You know what happened in Minnesota, how poorly run that was. Remember that footage way back when we showed you? It was snow on the ground, a lot of stuff going on, a big mob around ICE. This was right before Denise Good, and then the trigger event with Denise Good. Homan comes in. No. We're not going to have ICE in the middle of these situations that Bovino and Kristi Noem had precipitated, some of the wild stuff Noem said. And as a result, it got better. But this is always going to be a volatile business. And this will be one of the political outcomes. They will drive more and more force here to get their nominee to be even more radical. That'll help Susan Collins. I think she may have stood a better chance against Plattner, though, as it came out. Most people think that. I still think she'll win. I don't think that Senate seat's going to be in play. It's the House. It's all coming down to the House. The Senate is not going to go the way of the Democrats. Nothing's lining up to say that. And it seems to me, and it crystallized on Friday with that tweet I gave you from Mike Johnson, that Johnson gets it. He's got his toe in the water. The commies are within the gates. In other words, to run this pitch as that's exactly who these people are. Now, the media will poo-poo it. Going to have to do some legwork here due to the education is not there. But when you see these DSA types, they are taking over the Democrat Party. When you see Mamdani, the issue we talked about last week, here's just a little snippet from that. We're going to talk, by the way, with Jeff Van Drew shortly. Charlie Gasparino and others writing for the New York Post, talking about the erasure by Mamdani of Italians, Little Italy. Remember all the others they erased? They say that George Will, when writing in Yogi Berra's obituary, said when his parents came to America, an 1895 advertisement seeking labor to build a New York reservoir said whites would be paid $1.30 to $1.50 a day. In quotes, colored workers would be paid $1.25 to $1.40. All right, you get where we are, $1.25 to $1.40. And Italians would be paid $1.15 to $1.25, meaning they were the low person on the totem pole. Think about that. They built New York. And here, this erasure is not going unnoticed of what they're about. Congressman Jeff Van Drew, one of our favorites, he's been very busy. We try to get with him because he was one of the driving forces to save the New Jersey exhibit. Remember that great fair, the American exhibit, Pennsylvania with Fetterman and McCormick. Let's go to the congressman on Talk Radio 1210. Congressman Van Drew, Jeff, welcome back. Congratulations to you and the Cape May County people, and I guess others, who pulled it off.
Yeah, I certainly am thankful to them. We reached out to them. I mean, let's step back for a second. We're celebrating America. We're celebrating freedom. We're celebrating, hopefully, a bright and robust future for this great country. Everybody should participate. I got to be honest with you. Barack Obama could be the president of the United States if it was the 250th and we were celebrating the greatness of this nation at the National Mall. I would want New Jersey or any state to participate, liberal, conservative, Republican, or Democrat. To say that we're not going to participate in the state of New Jersey is horrific and disappointing and just the wrong message. So we just weren't going to have it. So I reached out to one of them. I have 6 counties. I got a big district, but I reached out to Cape May County, who was used to doing, because it's a tourism, as you know the county well, tourism-driven county. They're used to getting out there, used to promoting things that are important, promoting the county and the beaches and all the events they have. So this fit right into what I knew they could do. I want to express my appreciation to the tourism department, to everybody there, to the commissioners there, to the elected officials, everybody in doing the right thing, rising to the occasion in the last minute, having a beautiful, beautiful presentation. Just heard so many good things about it. And yes, New Jersey was represented despite what the Democratic majority in this state wanted to happen.
It is amazing to think you have to pull heaven and earth, and I know that you go to fourth gear on this, to do this off on a simple thing to try to get all the goodness of New Jersey out there. But I'm glad it ended. Mike Donahue and people over there, we love them, and it was a showcase. Here in Pennsylvania, of course, the governor said he couldn't get anybody to do it. Fetterman and McCormick, within a half hour, seemed like they had all Pennsylvania in an exhibit.
Yeah, because seriously, I mean, I would think Governor Shapiro would be a little better than that. No, but see, they have to. Here's the deal. These guys are in a real corner. They have to appeal to radical, left, socialist, communist individuals who are representing the Democratic Party now, who are getting elected in the Democratic Party into roles of leadership. So if they do the right thing, they're worried they're going to lose their next primary, and they're no longer going to be an elected official. And I get it. I'm a survivor, too, and, want to survive elections and know how to fight hard in elections. But, man, there's sometimes some things you have to stand up for, and this country is one of them. I would say your faith is another one. And to think that they just, Pennsylvania, man, I know Pennsylvania well because we get so many people in New Jersey, as you know, and you know New Jersey well. Pennsylvanians are great people that love America and would be horrified if their state wasn't represented as one of the 50 states in the United States of America. I don't know how else to say it.
Exactly. That brings me to a tweet last week, and you just said the magic word, socialism, communism, that Speaker Johnson put out, saying the commies are within the gates. Let's face it, they're taking over the Democrat Party. Not all of them are communists, but like Shapiro, they're not standing up to this. They don't think they can stand up to it. Your thoughts on that as the rallying cry, one of them into the midterms?
Well, you know, even during World War II and Nazism, which was just one of the worst, darkest times in all of Western history, there were those that were actively Nazis, and then there were those that were complacent, that were afraid, that wouldn't stand up, that wouldn't stand for anything. And they thought, well, we'll be okay, we'll get away with it, they won't go after us. And of course, you know that saying, you know, they go that whole process. They went after this group and they went after that group, and finally they did come after me. This is a big deal, and they should stand up in the Democratic Party because, in all fairness, and I'm a good Republican and I'm a good conservative, but you need a two-party system, at least two parties, to be able to make sure to keep the parties on their toes and the elected officials on their toes. And now, in my opinion, we really don't have it because, especially if the voters think about the people they're voting for. You know, I'm not out there saying Republicans are perfect. I'm not saying we've done everything perfectly because, quite frankly, we haven't, even in the last couple of years. But we love America, and we want to keep America, and we want to keep freedom and faith and family and everything America is based on. And we don't want to give that up. We don't want to be another socialist or even worse. I've got to tell you, if socialism takes over in the United States of America, it will be even worse than it is in some of the other little countries because we're different. We're a big country, and it will be more like China or Russia or some of the other big, you know, socialist, communist nations. We can't let that happen. So, you know, I never tell people I'm perfect, we're perfect, Republicans are perfect, conservatives are perfect. No. But it's about, do you believe in the fundamentals of freedom? And we do. And it's really boiled down to that. That's what these midterms are going to be about.
When you're on the campaign trail and you go extensively, you're all over the place, you're with us at Mulligan's, you're really on tour. What's the issue? What do people come up and talk to you about? Is it affordability still?
There's a couple issues. So it's a bunch, and then there's niche issues too, with smaller issues depending on where you are and what you're talking about. For example, if you're in Salem County or Western Cumberland County, Gloucester County, there are a good number of people that will talk to you about farming issues and some of the problems they have. The universal issue is the cost of living and affordability, and it's going to be into the end. When oil is expensive, which is needed for manufacturing, which is needed for farming, which is needed for transportation. It's needed for everything. All our plastics you use, petroleum products. It's needed for everything. So when oil is expensive, we have a problem. And we do have an affordability issue. And it is expensive to live in our region right now. And even though people are getting some pay raises and cost of living increases,
Oops, we hit a no there in one of those Cumberland counties, I think. Yeah, I don't think
they didn't want him speaking on that issue.
I mean, we were waiting for the punchline there from the congressman. All righty. I think he'll rejoin to finish that thought. 855-839-1210. You get on board. We'll have Dom's Money Melody coming up momentarily. And again, this time we have a pair of tickets to see Chicago, one of my favorites, and Styx. That's July 21st, 2026, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, courtesy of Live Nation. Just like last week with the Dave Matthews Band. That's okay if he's in an area, I guess, we got the thought. We had what he had to say. So don't want to press it there. Okay. So let's go into it. Is time for
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
Okay, again, great prize, probably all this week. Pair of tickets to see Chicago and Styx, as I just mentioned. Henry, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side question for asking that all-time boss, and just so happens that, yeah, we've been talking about it all day. It is MLB All-Star Week. We will be at the Convention Center tomorrow. So why not mix a little baseball into this as well? Person I'm going to play you today is a celebrity actor who is going to be singing Take Me Out to the Ball Game. This celebrity actor, I think, is best known as portraying a boss on television. A boss that is a very powerful Hollywood agent, owns his own agency, and will do anything it takes in order to secure something for his client. I'd say his next most famous role after this television show was he was a dean in a movie. He was a dean at a college in a movie where a bunch of let's say middle-aged gentlemen were trying to start a fraternity, and he wanted no part of that on his campus. So I want to know the name of this actor who was a boss agent in a TV show and a boss dean in a movie. Want to know who this is singing for his Chicago Cubs here. Let's take a listen.
Giordano program.
Want to know the name of this actor playing an agent boss on television as well as a dean in a movie?
All right, hit us with that. You're off to see Chicago. Let's finish up. Congressman Jeff Van Drew joining us again. Hey, Congressman, cut off there a little bit, but thank you. We were talking affordability. Final thought on that?
So my final thought on everything is this Congress, this Republican majority, we got to get our act together. We got to get out on the streets in all our districts. We got to talk to people. We got to talk about what we have accomplished and admit what we haven't accomplished and got to keep working on. And I think hopefully the part came through about everything with the filibuster. I know I'm not a U.S. Senator, a United States Congressman, but man, I am sick of it. I'm sick to death of it because it's just stopping us every time we try to do something that's good.
Well, and technically, they're not even enforcing the real filibuster, as we both know. If at least we would do that, I think we'd see progress here.
Yep, we would. No, they're not enforcing that. I mean, why have a majority?
Right.
What is and by the way, boy, if the Democrats ever take over the U.S. Senate, are the Republicans going to look like jackasses? Because I'm telling you, they've already said it, some of their leadership, they're going to get rid of it. Because they're going to drive home their socialist, communist ideals, and they're going to shove it down everybody's throat, and they're going to do it with 51 votes if need be. Or they're going to use, if God forbid they ever have a Democratic vice president again. So we got to get our act together. You know what we got to learn to do, Dom? This is my parting thought. A couple things. One, understand and feel how much people are hurting and how damn expensive everything is. Two, damn it, learn how to win. Stop arguing with each other. Stop getting sidetracked. Go out, get on the street, talk to real people, and win. Because if we don't win, we're going to have the socialism, communism, and yeah, we can yell and scream from the minority viewpoint and make a big deal how terrible it is and how righteous we are. If you don't win, you can't do anything. You don't control anything. We have to win. The Democrats get it. It's about time that we do.
Absolutely. Well put. Thank you, Congressman. Catch up soon. Thanks, Jeff, very much.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Congressman Jeff Van Drew here. All right, here are the phone lines, 855-839-1210. Hit us with your answer and go off to see Chicago and Sticks, 855-839-1210.
Hey, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Piazza Auto Group are looking to adopt a local animal shelter, and it could be yours.
You know, our friends at Piazza Auto Group believe in giving back to the communities they serve. For years, they've supported local animal shelters that work tirelessly every day to rescue, rehabilitate, and adopt homeless animals.
And we're looking for one deserving shelter to become the beneficiary of our year-round fundraising efforts, donation drives, community outreach, adoption events, and on-air support to help provide much-needed resources, all to help more animals find loving forever homes.
If you're a decision maker, volunteer, or staff member at an animal shelter or rescue organization in Philadelphia or the suburbs, we'd love to hear from you. Visit 1210wpht.com/Piazza Pets and tell us why your shelter should be selected as our partner.
Because when a community comes together, amazing things happen. Piazza Auto Group. Just visit 1210wpht.com/Piazza Pets.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
With the world's biggest soccer tournament here in Philadelphia, restaurants all over the Delaware Valley are preparing for generational games and generational crowds. We're welcoming visitors from all over the world. And if you're a restaurant owner, you know the next few weeks will be the most challenging and most rewarding of the year. So if you're worried that your point of sale won't stand up to the task, you need to talk to our friends at PDQ POS. Make sure your system is ready. Get a free demo at pdqpos.com.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money. That's right. Every day at around 2:13, and boy, stunning prizes. Dave Matthews last week. Chicago Sticks this week. Here's today's clue.
He was ready to stretch it out here. He was also ready to hug it out in a show in which he played an agent boss. Want to know who this actor is?
Let's try Jerry in Wilmington. Hi, Jerry. What's your answer today?
Oh, hi. This was a long shot. When I heard Dean, I went off the track, I think. I was thinking of John Vernon, who played Dean Vernon Warmer in Animal House. My favorite.
All right, that's who I was thinking of. Yes, that's true. That you think that. Chris in Northeast. Who is it, Chris?
It's Jeremy Piven, Don.
All right, very nicely played. Chris, enjoy Chicago and Styx. Henry, any more background on that?
Yeah, Jeremy Piven obviously played the character of Ari Gold in the show Entourage, and he also played, Dean Pritchard in the movie Old School. There's 2 examples of him being the boss. Singing.
No, he was that much. He did have that one employee, the guy there. Sort of. Then he became the head of the studio as a boss.
Right, in the movie,
But he wasn't the boss of the chief guy. He had his own agent also.
He was the boss of his own agency.
Yeah.
The Miller Gold agency.
Right, yeah. Sure. I meant the key character had his own agent that they had to deal with, too. So, an entourage.
Oh, you're talking about Vincent E?
Yes, yeah. But, yes, great character. We had him on for something, too, a year or 2 ago.
Yeah.
Really good, yeah. All right, so we'll do it again tomorrow. And the theme of the day, tomorrow's theme, sports, baseball, will be coming to you from the All-Star Village. Of course, we'll bring you everything that's breaking. And the big breaking news at this second, CENTCOM, the U.S. military infrastructure, announces 4 p.m. the blockade is on again. Okay. In Iran. And again, this is a situation that is difficult enough, but with the midterms looming, we realize the clock is ticking on this. What is the end game here to get what we want and to move on away from this? Well, every day it comes back to the Strait of Hormuz. And the blockade was effective before. And is that what we're going to have to do long term? And are people, I get varying reports that they're trusting the shipping and we're seeing more cargo go through. It's the asymmetric nature of it. They still have the capability, reasonably, to damage or destroy shipping going through the strait. And as long as they have that, we're going to have people, insurance companies and others, doubtful about insuring that. So 4 o'clock again today, from what I can tell, full-on U.S. blockade begins again, similar to where we had a calming nature of this a while back, but it is not a final solution at all. What is it that is the leverage point is very, very difficult to see here. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with Kim Ward, who is the head of the Senate, Pennsylvania Senate, and they sent, detailed stuff of what happened with these negotiations. And I think they held the line on Shapiro, but no school choice and just no moving the ball forward on this. And I know she's a proponent of school choice. Why do this then? What is it they're trying to achieve? I think not sure I even know the politics of it when it comes to the governor's race. All right, Michael in Wilmington, though. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Dom. How are you, my good sir? It's good to talk with you again today.
Good.
So I just wanted to quickly comment first before I give you my side that I'd like to see, I know you mentioned earlier in the show, going off of what Jeff Van Drew said at the end with affordability, I would love to see more of these gasoline stations being put out here across the country that are affordable regardless of who's backing them. If we can make energy and gas more affordable for everyone, people saving between, 40 and 50 cents a gallon, I think that's a great thing. It would be great if the Republicans were behind it, of course, but in general, I think it's a good thing for the country. I think it's a good thing for people. So it'd be great to see more of these centers come about as quickly as possible.
Right. And then I want to hear Republicans say what we're saying. How dare you? Why don't you investigate the Rittenhouse Sunoco at almost $5? Why suddenly driving down prices, you want to investigate that?
That's right. Why don't you investigate the one in Chestnut Hill that never drops the price even if oil went down to zero? Why don't you investigate?
Yes, they still are going to put that. You know what, though? Isn't it funny? Both of those places did not have the temerity to put up the big 5-0. They wouldn't put $5 up. They wouldn't do it.
Yeah, it's almost like $4.99 is acceptable, but $5 would be an insult. I mean, God forbid you put it $4.99 and 9/10.
Yes,
that'll do it.
1/10.
Unbelievable. So, Dom, getting right to my side. First boss, I thought, pretty notorious in his style, although got him a lot of fame and results, is Gordon Ramsay. That guy is a slave driver, and I have to tell you, not a fan of him calling people donkeys and throwing food in their face as chefs.
Yes.
But he's got the most Michelin star restaurants, Vegas, Europe, London. He may be one heck of a bad or controversial boss, but this guy gets results. But talk about intense and in your face. God, Gordon Ramsay just out of control, but quite a famous boss. That's what
absolutely. That's a good one. Yes, chef. They have to come running. Yes, chef.
What are you?
Yes.
An idiot sandwich.
The guy's got also like 42 shows on at the same time. The one where he comes in and changes around. Oh, my God.
Kitchen nightmares.
The kitchen, how bad could it really be like? Speaking of that, by the way, we almost did it for a side, but we may have it in our back pocket. I do have in front of me the Katie Porter, the woman who dumped mashed potatoes on her husband's head, ran for the governor ineffectively in California. Some of the things, the Yelp reviews that she sent out, oh, my goodness. I wish there were voicemails up. Somebody has it probably. We just have the transcript. This woman, God, any guy that would be with this, anybody would work for her. You talk about all-time bad boss. Nobody said Klobuchar. Imagine, as she's doing an interview, shaving her legs.
Yeah.
You have to shave it. Or eating a salad with a comb. Wow.
I'd hate to take a person, like, an order like that, like just at a restaurant. Like,
Yes.
I can imagine all the substitutions and all the.
And I don't want this
like
on
this,
that.
I want it done
Man.
like that. If
It's
not
Katie,
done with these exact
it's Katie Porter again.
specifications.
Oh, my God.
Ugh.
All right. So coming up, we'll talk with the Senate Pro Tempore. Big stuff with this budget getting passed, school choice, and we'll get a winner today, all-time worst boss.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball season is heating up, and so are the savings here at Barlow. The All-Star Buick GMC lineup is waiting for you. Leading off, the powerful GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park and be the MVP of every road trip. Visit Barlow Buick GMC this summer, where honest pricing and dedicated service are always part of the lineup, or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, Choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunch boxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, we're still in Entourage and the LA vibe there. I can feel it. Dom Giordano's show, welcoming all-time bosses. That's the side question today. Senate President Pro Tempore Kim Ward, thank God for the Pennsylvania Senate. It underlines these budget negotiations. If we lose all three in Pennsylvania, you're living in California or worse immediately with Josh Shapiro driving the train to the White House. Let's go to the Senate President. Senator, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us, Kim.
Oh, hey, nice to talk with you. You know, I think I came into your studio at one point.
Oh, you did? Yeah, you were talking with Dawn. We did see you. I couldn't interrupt, but I wanted to say hello. You were great. Yes.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime
Nice
you're in
place.
Philadelphia, we'd love to have you as always. So, your office sent us a lot of detail on this, and the line was held here. What would you highlight before we get to a couple of areas that I was hoping we'd make some progress on? What would you highlight in this?
So, you know, that we were able to save over $1 billion compared to what the governor wanted to do at the beginning. We didn't touch our rainy day fund, so our bond rating stayed where it needs to be. We were able to protect the educational tax credit, which the Democrat House tried to destroy. So, you know, we were able to get pension colas to state police and firemen and teachers who retired before 2001. And that's been something that has been on the table since I won. They've been yelling about that. They missed the boat somehow, and Ridge did that. He cut them out, and there was a big deal. And that was really led a lot by Tracy Pennycook and Frank Ferry. They really did a great job of taking care of those folks. So, you know, we did a lot of really good things. And I want to go to your point. I know you want to talk about some things too, but what you just said, thank God for the Republican State Senate, because we would be like the blue states that surround us. The blue states that surround us that have the trifecta Democrats. So our budget was $50.8 billion. We're a big state. You know, we fought, we held the line as much as we could. You know, we compromised. But if I lived in Maryland, my state budget would be $70.8 billion. In New Jersey would be $60.7 billion. And in Virginia, it's about $103 billion a year.
My God.
So that's what you get.
Yeah.
If the Democrats would take this Senate, that is what would happen.
Look, you're very good at what you do. What can you tell us, though? What is the dynamic? They only have, a one-seat majority in the House, and yet they're able to run roughshod over that branch of government.
Yep, they're able to hold their votes together. I don't know how they do it, but they also have, you know, a Republican or two they can always count on that I'm sure is probably being taken care of by the administration, that always help them through it so that they can protect some of their members. They try to protect Frank Burns from Cambria County all of the time because he is from a more conservative county. And when he's gone, that seat will be Republican. They spent $4 million in a House seat.
Wow.
Like 30,000 voters to hold that seat. So sometimes they run votes and let them fail. For instance, they ran a gun bill, and then Frank Burns voted against it, and it died. I mean, they plan all this stuff, right? They ran an abortion bill. They try to insulate him. So, sometimes they need a Republican or two, and they just seem to be able to get them.
Well, I wanted to talk with you. You were a big champion of school choice. We saw this all-out assault. I'm not sure, you can tell me politically better, you know your stuff, whether they thought they could. You held the line, you stopped them on the big scholarship program way back to Ridge for low-income kids mainly, and the just savagery of that, and Matt Bradford, of course, and all that. They didn't get any of that in the end, but we didn't move the ball forward on school choice. It's an 80-20 or 75-25 issue. What are the politics of it? Why is it so hard to break through on that?
So even though some of their members, actually 8 Democrat House members last year signed a letter saying they wanted to have the school choice for those kids in failing schools, and it never gets anywhere. And that's the other thing that we'll lose. You watch that educational opportunity tax credit get destroyed if we lose the Senate. They will destroy it. I think they were partially coming after it because we said we wanted accountability on a pot of money that they get all of the time, the advocacy pot, which I just find ridiculous based on a court case that they say, based on a court case. The court case never said we have to put more funding in, ever. And, that is their holy grail. And we asked for some accountability because earlier in the year, Governor Shapiro came out saying, I think it was 7 schools were doing better because of adequacy. When you look at we had it all torn apart in my office. Well, okay, 7 schools out of 500.
Right.
The other ones, a lot of them were doing worse. They're doing worse. So, it's not about money all the time in the classroom. I don't blame the teachers for the socioeconomic place they find themselves in. Well, we're not allowed to discipline kids. You're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do that. But, these kids should be able to get out. If these parents want their kids out of these schools, they should be able to do that. And the Democrats just fight it. They fight it tooth and nail every step of the way. You try to get a new charter school up, even an excellent charter school, they will vote it down on, if the school board doesn't want it, they'll vote it down. And I don't know why they want to keep these kids trapped. So many of those Philadelphia representatives went to private and charter schools. But, I guess it's let them eat cake, huh?
No, it definitely is. It's teachers' unions hold on it. And philosophically, you're right. They want to keep them in these failing schools. Listeners, since we have a chance to talk with you today, post the budget. Your sense of, I've asked some people on this, but you are one of the best at maneuvering so that we at least get a vote. The shame of the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, meaning keeping boys or men out of girls' sports, and they keep on jerking it around. You're there. I'm only an observer, but I never remember in my years doing this, seeing a more blatant attempt, because I know some Democrats will vote for it. It will pass.
Absolutely.
And then Josh Shapiro, surprisingly, has actually said he's in favor of allowing boys and girls sports, essentially. Usually he masked it. Yeah, it is stunning. So what happens on that? What can be done? Does it take, we have to win the House back? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to put that on his desk. Governor Moderates, he's a moderate. I even hear that on Fox News, and I think, what are you people looking at? He's no moderate. So, yeah, we need the House. It's frustrating not having a House because so many things we could put on the governor's desk, including the school choice issue. And we can't because we can't get it to the desk, even though some of the state reps, as I said, from Philly would vote for this. They don't bring it up for a vote. It's just not happening.
We're talking with the Senate President, Kim Ward. So As we move toward the midterms, you mentioned Frank, and you mentioned Honeycook, the other representative, Pennycook. That these two are targeted by them big time. They're coming for the state Senate because they know if we have all three, this will be cataclysmic. This will be, particularly with Josh Shapiro running for president if he wins, beyond belief. What's the overriding issue? What do you tell people to keep the Senate?
Well, I tell people that are paying attention, unless you want to be California, we're just a couple of votes away from that. Because, if they would take the Senate, you don't think Josh is going to let Gavin Newsom get over on him at all, do you? Because I don't.
No.
He'll be awful. It would be awful. And, if you want common sense and you want a wall against crazy, you need to keep the Republicans in the Senate. Now, some of those places are just blue, but I can tell you that our polling does not show that we're losing these seats. I know the Democrats are out screaming, we're going to win them, we're going to win them, we're going to win them. Yeah, our polling, we have a great pollster. We have a national pollster. We use him all the time, every year. And right now, we're not losing any of those seats. So they're trying to raise money. They're trying to cut our money. I know there have been calls made to not give us money a few different times. They're trying to take over. Josh wants a very blue, liberal agenda as he tries to go become president.
For listeners, every time that we're fortunate enough to get you on, your personal experience, my personal experience battling with him at time, is a ridiculous guy. He is even the Harris people saw what he was, couldn't have him anywhere near that race.
No.
Your own personal experience, particularly his problem apparently with females who have some degree of power, seems to be something the media doesn't want to touch.
No, they don't. They don't want to touch it, but it's there. And we've talked about it over and over, the way he treated me, the way he treated Kristen Phillips Hill. I think Kamala Harris, when people ask me, what do I think of what she said in her book, I say, I think it's right on. That is the Josh I know. He's not going to stand back. So, and let a woman be president and him be vice president. So he has a problem with women. He has a problem telling the truth. What he doesn't have a problem with is, smiling and shaking hands. He's very good at glad handing. So, you like him, you want to like him, but you've got to look beyond what you see when you see him, because he tries to ride every issue straight down the middle and not make a decision, because he wants everybody to love him. That Democratic Party has lost their crap, if you ask me. When you put a guy in like they did in Maine and defend him and think it's okay, and the media defend him and think it's okay, they've lost touch with America. And I don't know why anyone would vote for anyone that picks up that party mantle. They think it's great to share it with socialists. What the heck are they?
Exactly.
What? Oh, we welcome them. We're a big tent. You're welcome. What's next, communists? You're getting damn close. I just don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand why anybody would vote for them. And I'm kind of seeing, actually, in my polling, where our gas prices were high, our food is high, we were in a war, and I would expect the generic ballot, meaning, who people would vote for if they didn't know anybody. I would expect the generic ballot to be really, really heavy Democrat, but it's not.
Well, that's
and
good news.
It's not even Democrat.
Exactly.
It is. I think people are seeing, maybe not.
Well, I think they are. Well, listen,
for me.
I hope we get you here in Philadelphia, or at least on the phone as much as possible, because whatever else happens, if we keep the Pennsylvania Senate where we live, you and I live here in Pennsylvania, we are going to have a shot. If we don't, you're exactly right. It will be California or worse.
It will. And we really need people to vote. Some people will stay home this year. The president's not on the ballot. Mm-hmm. We need them out, because they are targeting our state. And Josh has boatloads of money that he's going to use to help them target this state.
Exactly.
We need help. If anybody wants to help on anything, campaign or anything, please contact, your local GOP in your county and help us.
We will. Welcome back again, and we hope to talk with you very, very shortly, Kim Ward. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Senate President Kim Ward, very tough in the clinches there with Josh Shapiro. I'd love to be in those meetings. And you understand the difficulty here with the stranglehold with the House. They get the Senate, whatever happens in the midterms. We live here. This is something to vote on. It's just that simple. All right, it is the lightning round. All-time boss is what we're looking for on Talk Radio 1210.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My name's Rodney Huber. This is my wife, Cynthia. We've been with Crash Proof since 2025.
For someone that's concerned about their financial future, I would encourage them to go to a Crash Proof retirement event. It's about education and the possibilities of your future. In 2026, we earned over 17%. Crash Proof Retirement, true to its word, has not charged us a single fee.
You know where you're at, you have a good idea where you're going, and it's going to be consistent. Crash Proof Retirement has given us the opportunity to keep our money safe and enjoy what this country and our hard work has provided. A 17% return is pretty damn good.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
With the high price of new and used cars today, many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average car now over 12 years old, most manufacturers' warranties have expired. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is out of warranty, a single trip to the mechanic could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, Endurance could have your car covered for the drivetrain, electrical, AC, transmission, and more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Call Endurance now and choose the plan that fits your budget. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, really good one today. Great contention. All-time bosses is what we are looking for. And that was great stuff. Thanks to Henry getting Kim Ward on. I don't like the no school choice thing, but imagine, and I know we got the priority, the midterms, Congress, maintaining the House. You got to maintain the state Senate here. If not, Harrisburg will be the capital of stuff that will make us, Philadelphia will be normal, that kind of progressivism. Let's go to Joe in Columbus, New Jersey. Hi, Joe.
Good afternoon, Dom. Dom, you know why these ICE incidences are going to continue to occur? Because the left has created useful idiots in their subjects. They convince them that ICE is not a legal law enforcement agency, and they could do whatever they want to them. And as a result, they're going to continue, and it's going to create the fodder for them to put on their media.
Well, and what we're going to see in Maine now, that when they choose, they're going to choose somebody very close to Plattner. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and it's going to be egregious, but it's going to be by their own doing. They want this to happen, just like George Floyd. George Floyd was their martyr? No, he wasn't. He was your useful idiot. And so are these people they empowered, or whatever exactly. they did what they did. They're doing what they're doing to them, and it's disgusting. But they love it. They welcome it.
Who's your boss,
Don? My boss is because I got so many tickets in my day that I was nicknamed against my parents' better judgment and mathematics, where they would say, if you go 80, where's it going to get you to where you're going to if you didn't go 60? 3 minutes earlier, I was nicknamed Parnelli Jones back in the muscle car era, and my boss was the Mustang boss.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
Nice.
I want to get an update from Bill because I'm fascinated on this Freedom gas stations, Liberty gas stations. Bill and Bucks. What's the update, Bill?
Well, the update is I saw all three again today on Street Road here in Bucks County. The new price, today's price is $3.67.
So
now in Ben Salem, I also saw a Liberty station at $3.99 and a Sunoco station at $3.99. That's right on Street Road, all three.
So
it is up 10 cents.
It's up 10 cents. Okay. So it's well, we got the blockade going on tonight. That usually calms things. We'll see what tomorrow brings.
Yeah, I mean, every day is, one day at a time.
Yeah. What's your side, Bill?
My side is a popular TV sitcom that aired back in 1984 to 92 with Tony Danza and Angela Bauer, and it was called A Reversal of Roles, basically. He was the housekeeper, she was the boss. The name of the show was Who's the Boss?
All right, that's a good one, Bill. Zenos in Upper Darby. Hey, Zenos.
Ciao, Dom. How are you? Ciao and Yasu. Mine is the only one that I can think of, one of the most insufferable people that you and I know, and that's Krasner. Could you imagine being the boss? You have to report to him, to his office where he has you standing next to little sheets of paper.
Oh, yeah, that's a woman in a walker, and he's sitting in a chair drinking coffee. He's got and no one in the media says, yo, what's with the woman in the walker? Can't she sit down?
Exactly, Dom. This is the guy. He will be the most insufferable person. I would have to do my crucifix going in there if I work with that guy just for me to control myself. And I don't know how his employees done it. And, Don, can I make one comment when you said about Wawa? You know what? Wawa, they have the best coffee around, to my opinion, even better than Starbucks. And you are right. And the reason why that they were leaving Philadelphia, especially like where Broad and Locust was, where that movie was filmed, those shops, when my brother and I used to go down there, that place was packed. And they do an injustice to Wawa. But they have the best coffee, and it's a great organization. And I'm going to leave it at that, Don. Mine is Krasner, that insufferable guy. Have a good one, Don.
Wow.
Hey, by the way, I got to tell you this. Iran accuses Ahmadinejad. Remember him? Infamous president of Iran, to have ties to Israel. Oh, my God. What the heck's happening on this?
Everyone's
all right.
got ties to Israel.
Yeah, everybody does. Hey, I'm sure, and Mandani jumped in and said, yeah, Ahmadinejad, don't bring him here. He was the face of their craziness. Now he's an Israeli puppet. My God. Kirk, who did you like today?
I'm going with Lance from South Philly with Ernst Starvo Blofield.
It was the kitten on the lap thing as the boss that got you. It was pretty good.
Yeah,
one.
Blofeld is a good answer. I second that. I'd also put Michael Wilmington's answer of Gordon Ramsay up. And Zenos at the end there with Krasner. Yeah, I wouldn't want him as my boss either.
I'm going to go with the cat guy on the lap. It was excellent. But Lance is devastating when he zones in. You can disrespect me, but you're not going to do it with a cat on your lap. Oh, my God.
Right.
All right, the afternoon show is next. We are back tomorrow. Don't forget, we'll mix in the All-Star Village. Who knows who might pop by. If they're walking by, we'll make an attempt to say, hey, sit down and talk some baseball or whatever they're here for. We'll have that for you. Probably great tickets tomorrow again. And everything else in the news. All that happening noon until 3. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses.